Hello, everybody! Woo! Welcome to Beyond the Realms, episode 42?
You got it.
Nailed it!
Oh, I'm still as sharp as ever. Hello, everyone. Welcome once again to our lovely Monday campaign. So good to see you all there in the chat. This, everyone, is going to be a very special session of Beyond the Realms because it is officially our last streamed game before we play on stage live at Gen Con. That is less than 9 days away, I believe. Not this week, this coming
Single digits.
Not this weekend, but next weekend, something like that. Yeah,
Math is hard.
around there. I don't know. I was out late last night. Anyway,
Math is hard.
yes, everyone, it's going to be our last streamed game before Gen Con. So everything, the fallout of this session will be played out live in front of an audience, which we are all super stoked about. Fortunately, our favorite tiefling, Mjolnir wielding, goatee sporting, long coat jacket wearing Tarek will not
That's a very long title.
be
I don't know how I feel about that
will
one.
unfortunately not be there because stupid borders and god
COVID.
damn England.
I'm not even in England, Kevin.
I know, but it's not even my term when I say it. But unfortunately, the borders aren't allowing people to travel into the state. So unfortunately, our best boy band will not be able to attend, but you will be in our hearts and minds to be there spiritually the whole time we are there. So we will miss you, my friend. And hopefully, this will just be the start of many more cons to come. Looking at you, Comic-Con, Dragon.
I'll be at the next one.
Any other con. You were up for business, so maybe
you will
get on it.
Galaxy Con. I know you're out there, Mike.
Naming names right now,
But
John.
before we get into tonight's session, everyone, I want to do a quick shout out to our sponsors, people who have generously gifted us with some fun things to show you all at Gen Con that would not have been possible without them. So for first off, 9 Realms Gaming, everyone. 9 Realms Gaming is an amazing TTRPG accessory company creator that make dice boxes, towers, DM screens, all out of like the best wood possible. And they were generous enough to gift myself and all of us our own personalized, my own personalized DM screen. Doop-a-doo-doo. So you're going to see this baby on the Gen Con stage for every game that we are playing and that I will be DMing. They were generous enough to gift this to me, and it is phenomenal. It comes together with magnets. We got the Dicecream text. We got my main PC, Les Paul, the Triton. Their logo on the back. This is going to be in my heart, my mind for a long time. I've never owned a DM screen before, so it's pretty special. So thank you, 9 Realms Gaming, for getting that to us. Also, shout out to Dungeon Heads at Dungeon Heads on TikTok, for they are gifting us some amazing character artwork to put on the projector for these lovely idiots right here. Gracious enough to do some custom artwork of all the characters of Beyond the Realms that we will be sporting on the screen at our live show, which you can also watch on Twitch. Gen Con Twitch channel will be streaming our game. So if you want to watch it, you cannot attend Gen Con, do yourself a favor. When noon comes around, noontime on that Thursday, hop onto the Twitch channel. We will be sharing the stream as well. Come watch and support your favorite little weirdos. And lastly, last sponsorship, again, I don't have anything to show you just yet because I will be premiering this on stage for everyone here will be seeing it for the first time as well, and that is our new animated intro, our new Beyond.
Oh, so exciting!
I'm so excited.
3D animated intro that was also, this community is amazing, gifted by the lovely Farjag. Am I saying?
Farjag.
Our
boy Farjag.
Also on TikTok at Farjag, who does amazing 3D
him.
animated work. And they were kind enough to make us an intro, brand new intro for Beyond the Realm. So we will be retiring our old intro as of tonight. The intro that we currently have was made by the wonderful Jesse Sarich. Right, Jordan, am I saying it right? Jesse Sarich, no? Hold on, I want to go. Jesse Shaw. My bad. Jesse Shaw. Jesse Sarge is a different person. Jesse Shaw, who made that 3D intro for when me and Jordy Rose, the lovely producer, co-creator of the channel, in our first stream we ever did way back in the day. So there's the characters from that old game. We've kept it up this long just because A, it's an amazing intro. B, it's kind of a love letter to that first stream that we did, even though none of those characters are in any of the stories currently. He's at Jesse Shaw on Instagram if you want to check out his stuff there. And so yes, when that intro that you just saw, that'll be the last time you'll see it on this story. So very exciting all around. So round of applause for those sponsors. Thank you guys so much for gifting us your amazing talents. Honestly, like, who are we? But thank you very, very much. We all really, really appreciate it. Okay. With all that out of the way, let's get into it, everybody. Stretch those legs, crack those knuckles, get comfortable, everyone, because we are about to get into tonight's session of Beyond the Realms. So, last we left off, the party having been whisked away forcibly into the realm of the Feywild by everyone's favorite longtime running villain, Zaif, leader of the Ruined Saints crime syndicate that you've come to know to actually be an arcane battle mage, Aarakocra, called Gloom Wing. Draped in golden paladin-like armor, he was able to whisk away the Academy of Arcana from Asgard into the Feywild somehow through some sort of brutal arcane ritual of sorts. You were able to stop that ritual and sort of close off the process to just the Academy instead of the entire city of Asgard. Having traipsed into the Feywild, you got to know your surroundings a little bit, found some really helpful backstory, history, if you will, between the relationship between the Fey and the Asgardians and why it's so frayed. You found some interesting items, some new weapons at the Academy after you kind of looted for a little bit. Upon leaving the outskirts of the Academy into the jungles and the treetops of the Feywild, a satyr ran out of the tree line with a decapitated head and was very angrily chased by a Doulahan, basically a headless horseman riding atop a flaming steed. Took that down, talked to the satyr whose name was Fezzik, saying that he was trying to find a way to save his siblings, his family, who had been turned into some mystical ravens of sorts. It was a bit odd, a little weird. He was able to make a deal with you. You need diamonds, because you don't want anyone else losing their lives in this journey. In exchange, you would help him get his family back. Not really knowing what the plan would be to get said family back, he simply said, I need to talk to the sun, the stars, and the earth itself. In this process, was able to kind of explain to you how traveling in the Feywild kind of works here. It's all based on emotional tethers, intention. It's not simply just walking from point A to point B, much more complicated and chaotic. Talking to the sun turned out to be an arc-like phoenix that you had to take down that pointed the way to the next destination, which was the stars of the Feywild, which turned into a spirit naga, a sort of a constellation starfire spirit naga that was able to point the path further to the destination that Fezzik was looking for and revealed a very special sort of ivory set inlaid version of the Deck of Many Things. Seeing this item, a couple of you recognized it from your pasts, but it was warped, not exactly the same as what you might have seen a regular Deck of Many Things. All of you pulling out random cards, Fiend getting 2 very good cards off the bat, gaining wealth and bumps up in his stats. Some of you not that lucky, Tark, for example, pulling one of the most feared cards out of all of the Deck of Many Things, as he was suddenly whisked away and teleported to some unknown prison of sorts, but was immediately brought back when Ramira pulled the Fates card, was able to use the most powerful card in the deck to bring Tarek back. Also, I was gonna say, Jade, Sir Strange, thank you. Sir Strange pulling out a card, that of the key card that unlocked his memories of his past from the Feywild, revealing that he is in fact the Prince of the Autumn Court, and the drama between the Oak Lord, his father,
I am the DM now.
For a second, it was just me, and
We'll never
I
know.
was like,
We'll never know. We'll never know who Sir Strange's father is. We'll never know.
no.
You have to watch the vibe. Damn.
Chat, clap your hands. Say you believe in DMs. I believe in
I
DMs.
just love
I
the
believe in DMs.
absolute silence and Jay's just, I am the DM now.
Well,
Could
guys,
have done it in the Oswick voice.
come
Oh,
see
I
us
am
at Gen
now.
Con, where this will
Yep.
not happen.
So,
No, Kevin will
how
just
you
freeze
feel
like
it.
this on stream for like 5 minutes.
So
Like Kevin's rebooting real quick.
I wonder if he'll do this on stage.
Oh my god, I died!
So as you approach the nest, the rocks begin to tear the satyr apart. Pieces of spleen and flesh begin to fly about. And look, it's the money people owe us, right in the middle. Oh, wow!
Oh my god.
Just that
John
64K
became-
in
oh my
gold.
god, the Feywild took me over. Jesus.
It was so funny because
John
all of us
became the
thought it was
DM,
us
right?
individually, and then Jay just unmutes and goes, I am the DM now.
Also, shout out to Mythlodor for giving a bunch of people inspiration. Feral and Strange now have inspo.
Tanner is
hold
best
on.
fiend.
Wait,
Thank you.
hold on.
If you want to see Mythlodor, they DM over on the Library of Lost Tales every Friday.
There you go. Thank you very much for the inspiration. Apologies, my internet just like zapped out for a quick second there, but we're back.
You stopped
Anyway.
at the father of Sir Strange.
Correct. After you,
We'll never know who they
took
are.
down the spirit naga, the satyr themselves took some cards, basically having all their family's wealth and possessions evaporated from the face of this earth. Sullen, sad, and distraught, wasn't sure if they had the strength to keep going, but you were all able to convince them to keep on going. We got to do this. Moved on to the third part of the plan, which was the earth. Seemingly the satyr as well, you all kind of questioning him like, is this, like, you know what you're doing, right? He's like, these things are just kind of myths. I took a shot and I can't believe this is actually working. Going down to the earth, which revealed you all to suddenly fall upon the back of an enormous giant creeping out of the earth with moss and dirt falling off their shoulders and back. This giant, turning out to be a Doomwake giant, recognized Sir Strange and used to be a patrol, a guardian for some of the borders of the Fey courts, specifically with the Oak Lord. But it seemed like it had been some time since that position was taken hold. After recognizing Sir Strange, the giant wanting to protect you all from the dangers that have come from the Feywild, the eerie dark fog, the blackness, strange corruption of creatures and dwellings inside the forest tops, tried to forcibly make you all stay in his hut of sorts, underground lair, this arcane magic soil that was creeping and crawling around you, convincing you to fall asleep and stay there forever. Luckily, most of you were able to combat that feeling. With the satyr slowly falling into the dirt even more, the rest of you were able to convince him to come out of it as well. And Mr. Fiend, looking up at this very moment, saw an enormous, huge, raging rock. Black jet black, flying over top. The very same bird that the satyr recognized as the one that took away its family. In doing this, looking up, licking the wind, getting the details of the distance, basically told the party, I'll be right back. Made a dimension door, whipped right up to that sucker as we rolled to see what the distance was of the rocket. It was 450 feet, more than enough for Mr. Fiend to appear on the back of the rock, grab 2 handfuls of feathers, cast Dominate Monster, I believe.
Dominate Creature, yep.
Dominate Creature, send that sucker hurling down to the very earth that your friends are on, whipping all your friends up in the talons and on the back of the rock. And you also did a very clutch move and what was the spell? It was making the giants fall asleep.
Hypnotic
Pattern?
Hypnotic Pattern, thank you.
Yeah. As you're raging down with the rock through Hypnotic Pattern between the hill giant and another one that was creeping up from the earth, knocking them out instantly, swooping in, saving your friends, and going to the very nest that the satyr's family was held. Reuniting with the family, the satyr hugging all the ravens, clutching them tight. This enormous rock sat perched atop of this sort of eerie mountainside where their nest is located. Frostbreakers, what would you all like to do?
See, he's a great bird. They're a great bird.
Didn't last episode you left off with Fiend telling the rock to change them back, right? And they were starting to change back?
That's right.
And they were starting to change back, and you left us on the cliffhanger.
I command you to change them back.
Yeah.
Correct. So with those last words, command you to change them back. The rock looks at you confusedly. It looks down all around at the baby ravens, the satyr. Says to you, Fiend, once upon a time, a raven loved her 7 chicks more than anything in the world. She fed them, she bathed them, and she taught them to fend for themselves when one day they would leave the nest and make her proud. But then there was a storm. Looks over into the distance. The raven fought the storm for 14 days and 14 nights. But no matter how many bolts of lightning, she turned away from her nest. No matter how many claps of thunder she beat with her wings, no matter how much smoke she blew away, the storm could not be stopped. And her chicks were carried off to their deaths. She mourned for many months until one day, a mysterious figure arrived on her mountain. And in her nest they did deposit 7 glorious black ravens. Though these ravens need not be fed, need not be bathed, and would never fend for themselves, she loved them all the same. Though even if she could not have her chicks, she would have someone to care for, after all. Until one day, the brother came to take them back. I cannot change them. I was not the one that changed them in the first place.
Who did change them in the first place?
I do not know. The one who transformed them is still unknown to me.
Interesting. Woolbottom, Bezek.
Well, yeah?
It turns as though your family cannot be changed by this individual's creature's being.
Wait, what do you mean? You're the... Look at you, you're big and powerful and magic feathers, you can't change them back? I was not the one that did this, little satyr. I missed my family just as you. Flapping the wings, wrestling, getting comfortable. The powerful gust from the wind almost knocks you off the cliff a little bit. You gotta stir yourself to keep still.
Damn it all.
The massive rock kind of shakes the feathers and gets comfortable again. The Feywild is full of connectivity. We are all connected to this place. If anyone has the power to change them back, perhaps it is all of you that can do this.
See, Kevin, could we turn the music down just a wee bit?
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to hear you a little bit better. Thank you. Does Ramira get the sense that she could will them into, or encourage them to will themselves into their correct form, kind of like we did with the ground?
I would say you persuade them.
You persuade yourself to actualize what you're supposed to be.
I will say, make an intelligence or insight check.
Okay, I'm gonna do insight because that is better for me. Fuck me running.
Wow.
It just doesn't stop, lads.
That was really fast.
First roll of the game.
It's a 3, which means it's a 13.
Oh.
13, still not bad. Still not bad. It's not horrible.
That's one of the lowest rolls I can get.
Mediocre.
John, I swear to God.
Wow,
I swan to John.
Swan to John.
Also, there is a hecka thunderstorm outside, so you might get mood sounds from me.
Life imitates fun. Jade.
Can I do an insight check as well?
You sure can.
I think Farrah would do the same just because she was the one who did persuade the others into becoming themselves again.
Yeah, Tarek has no idea.
That's my roll for the day. That's a 10.
Oh,
wow.
All right, guys.
That's a 15.
Don't everybody get in on this at once.
Tarek is just still trying to get over the fact that this bird talks. He's not saying that, but he's
You've
just...
seen Farrell turn into a bird. This is nothing.
Yeah, and she doesn't talk when she's a bird.
Correct.
That's a 15.
It's like, wow, Farrell, why can't you do that?
15.
Hey, Tarek, I don't see you turning into a bird.
Facts.
So for Strange and Ramira, this powerful, elegant rock saying these things to you, starting to make the wheels turn a bit. You've seen how the Feywild is partially connected. How intention, emotions can bring one person into a realm or a court or a specific place. Could this connection also work with individuals? But you're not too sure what exactly it would need specifically. You're kind of just trying to think of something. Farrell, also kind of going on the same thought process. You're all just kind of like, how do we do this? Learning from the past experiences as the thunder rolls on.
Let's see if we can hear it. Ooh.
That was good.
Stay safe, Sam.
Get the idea of what you start to piece together what the situation involves. It involves family. And as you look at the satyr who's at the same time elated that they're reunited with their brothers and sisters, but also distraught that they thought the raven could change them.
Okay, cool. All right.
You get the sense that something connected to family, powerful emotional moments like that, memories, events. Maybe a tribute? Much like you've done with these past couple of encounters.
Okay. I think I'll look over to the sailor. Woolly Bottoms. At this point, Farrell, I think, has put out his actual name from her mind. I know you're upset and everything else at the moment, but I'm going to need you to focus on the good things. Perhaps tell a story, something that lets them know that you're happy to see them, something that reminds them of themselves. As difficult as that may be at the moment, I need you to pull yourself together.
Okay. Do you think you guys could maybe help me out and just... I don't know. Do you guys have any fun family moments that you could describe as well?
If it lights a fire under the woolness of your bottoms, I can tell you have 12 minutes.
I'm sure some of us can come up with something. Maybe not all, kind of looking around the group and realizing a couple of them maybe can't.
I have a few, I could tell.
I have at least one or two.
Please, let's hold hands again. Maybe if we circle around them, maybe we can...
I'm so tired of this holding hands thing. Yeah. Fiend. Yeah.
This is cute.
As that arcane sort of thunder rolling near the precipice of where the clouds way down the bottom of that mountain, see lightning booming, heading down from quite a ways of distance. You start to link hands together and try to think of favorable moments involving family, something from your past, something from your present, or maybe even something from your future that you hope to experience one day. You all start going through these memories, these events. Ramira, what comes to mind?
She sits there and thinks for a moment and kind of wrings her hands. No, she's holding hands. She squeezes the hands of people next to her as she thinks, because I'm thinking she's by herself. Squeeze. Not like that, Sean. And she goes, well, one time when I had been at Wagon's community, which is not important, I was having a particularly bad day, and a certain someone, and she kind of eyes Fiend out of the corner of her eye, introduced me to marshmallows, and I hadn't had very many in the past, which I'm sure he probably regrets now. And she kind of just stops for a moment and like squeezes his hand gently. But it's one of the best days I've had, trying something new and making a friend. It was wonderful. And she looks at him for real this time, like all the way. And I met my best friend. And she like squeezes his hand harder if he's like, and she's like,
And are you saying this out loud?
Yeah, she does. She says it out loud. And she stops for a moment and goes, and I think that's what family is. It's not the crazy moments. It's not the big awards. It's those small, tiny moments that you remember forever because that moment was special.
Make an Arcana check at advantage.
Fuck. God damn it. It's an 11.
11. Linking hands, saying that very heartfelt, honest tale. Notice some leaves start to pick up
I
on
have
a
my
glittering
inspo?
pink wind. Oh, yeah.
That's only a 2. God damn it. So it's 13.
13?
Yeah.
13, lucky number.
Woo.
As you put forth that heartfelt tale and emotion, you notice sort of this wind starting to pick up, glittery and pink. Few autumn leaves start wandering by. All the ravens kind of cheeping and pecking around as this sort of ritual seemingly is starting to take place. Yeah, I think it's working. I think it's working. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Who do you want next?
Who would like to go next? Think Fiend or Farrell said they had one.
Go on, Farrell. Do it.
Oh, thanks, Fiends. Mine is from when I was very small. Not quite the person you see standing, and not by this name, but it's me standing in my mother and father's shop. And it's the first time that I wild shaped, and it was something small and stupid, and it was just a little chipmunk that I could barely control. I was shifting in and out of, but my parents were so proud of me. And my little sister thought it was the funniest thing and started giggling. And it was so warm at the time. And my dad's face just lit up, and my mom was just so proud of me. I just remember the warmth of standing in their shop and those sweet laughters of a small child.
Make an Arcana check at advantage as well.
Okay. Let me see what my Arcana is. That's what I thought. Okay. 19.
19. Doing that once more. Powerful, heartfelt emotion with that story. The wind kind of picking up a little bit more now as this kind of mini little twister starting to spin all around you. The rocks and the leaves and debris on the mountainside start to curl and spin, and this ritual starts to take place. Some of the feathers start to fall off the ravens, and that sort of pink glitter gliding through all of you. This transformation is starting to take shape. Oh, okay. Oh God, I hope the feathers falling out is a good thing. Anyone else? I think we need but one more.
Fine. God, Jesus.
Go. Come on, Mr. Fiend.
Damn it all. Family. Such. I remember when I was a small boy. I'd just been sold. My new family, the leader. Lord Minor. Yes. We were in a game hall, if you will. And I was very good at this sport you call pool. You don't swim in it. It's very confusing to a young man. But it was dexterity, and I am good at that. I hustled many larger men, much older than I, and I got into a bit of trouble. Being beaten half to death puts things in perspective, but all I can remember is that short old man. Small gnome with the giant mustache covering his face, walking up to 4 of those half-orcs. And by the time he was done with them, I couldn't even recognize whether they were elf or orc. He told me that day it didn't matter how big your opponent is or how smart they are, just how good you are at what you do. I'll never forget those days.
All right. Make Arcana check at advantage as well.
I crit.
Of course you did.
I will never know the solace.
That's it.
Yeah, of course.
And I crit. Okay.
And
I need staff to roll a nat 20 on stage. That's what I need.
We will all rejoice, I'm sure.
A woot.
Another powerful story put forth as the wind picks up even more, feathers now falling at a quicker pace. Oh, I think this is it. And that gust, that ritual is like almost blowing you guys like off balance as you're holding on tight, creating this link, this chain with each other. Feathers falling out one at a time. The bodies of the ravens start to contort and twist. And then you start to see ram horns start to twirl and come out of the raven's head. The beaks start to come inside into the skull as the legs and the skinny little feathered feet start to become goat's feet, and the hair starts to come out of the feathers, and the sizes of them start to grow larger and larger as you see before you 6 or 7 of these ravens start to contort and twist into satyrs once more. And as they all come alive back to their normal forms, there's just this disconnect for a moment where they're blinking and the wind starts to dissipate. That pink glittery dust falls down to the side. The debris, the rocks, the leaves gently fall down. Isaac? Oh my dear God, you didn't die. Oh God, and just runs over, cleat, the smacking of the satyr's hooves hitting the hard rock of the mountainside, and they all just embrace each other. And some of them are hugging, some of them are crying, some of them are laughing. How the hell did we get up here? And just like not taking in the seriousness of kind of what happened. It's still very fresh in their minds. And then after physics, like hugging all of them, one of his sister bonks him on the head like, "Don't you ever leave us again!" Oh God, I'm sorry, okay? I thought I took a wrong turn. I don't know where you guys went. And then you were ravens, and then the bird came, and but look, these people, they helped me.
She's my favorite.
Oh. Thank you. Very much.
Fiend, how long do you have the bird?
Three and a half minutes?
Okay,
good.
maybe we should get down from this mountain, you know?
Rock!
Yeah.
How long will it take you to fly to the bottom of the mountain?
Probably 5 minutes or so.
That's unfortunate.
Oh
Well-
God, are you saying that you're doing this?
Oh yeah, this is not a friendly creature, no.
Oh fuck. Sorry, everyone, family. We need to get the fuck out of here, like now, like right now. I can't fucking lose you all again, okay? You line up over there by your sister. No, go over, get in a lot. Sit down. Go in a lot. Yes, and you just see them kind of like, they're all like freaking out and like getting kind of scared that this giant rock is like a predator basically and not on your side, and it gets kind of chaotic, and they're like trying to look around the mountain, and Fethic's doing his best to like organize them, get them down. Here, look, I made a deal with them, okay? I told them that we'd give them some diamonds from home in exchange for finding you, okay? But now we only got about 3 minutes where this thing rips us all to shreds. Just sit the fuck down. And then everyone just starts to falls down on their butts. Okay.
You
guys
don't
ready?
happen to have more of those spells, do you, Fiend?
No, but let me, hold on.
Strange, any ideas?
I can get us out of here if you want to.
Oh,
You're
okay.
old, right?
Okay.
You want to get
let's
out of
go.
here?
Yeah.
Hell
we
yeah.
can- Okay. All right. Let's go.
Okay.
Got you here, now you get us out.
Yeah, fair is fair.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot has happened. I'm so glad you didn't die.
Yes.
Disappear.
Later.
3 minutes.
Let's do this
Oh
later.
God, time's running out. Right, okay. He starts going to his sort of side satchel and just a bunch of junk, throwing it, just like random items, silver pieces. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it?
Rock, for the next 2.5 minutes, fly that direction.
Oh.
All right, Fiend.
It was nice meeting you.
Go ahead, Jake.
As this is happening, while this is all going down, after that moment, when they broke hands and everyone came back, Strange continues to write down in the page, the parchment that Fiend gave them.
Mm-hmm.
He's still writing everything that you know.
All of your memories about the Autumn Court
And Mithrandane.
the city of Mithrandane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're still writing down notes, anything that comes to your mind, still trying to piece it out. We did one check for that earlier, which you were very successful on, which gives you kind of like sort of a good few paragraphs. So still kind of broken pieces, broken memories. But as you continue on, roll another history check.
Let's see. This is the dice that Morgan gave me. Oh, you didn't fuck me this time. Okay. 9 plus 7 is that what? That's 6.
You're right.
Not-
16.
16. Brain don't tink.
So the rest of you trying to doing all these rituals, helping out Fezzik, you just notice that Sir Strange is a little bit disconnected. Seems to be very much in their own world, writing things down on a piece of parchment. Kind of looks like he's like thinking about something, writing it down fairly furiously. And at this point, the parchment's got a lot of writings on it. But pressing the situation further, Fiend telling the rock, go fly that way. All right, Fiend, can do. Third eye opens up between the two in the rock's head. This massive, very long wingspan almost knocks you guys off once again, grabbing on rock, grabbing on the other satyrs, making sure they don't blow you off the top of this mountainside. And you just see it soaring.
We didn't know it had that, right? Like I didn't just like miss that.
No.
I've never seen a rock with a third eye. Mr.
Not
Fezzik,
a good sign.
maybe we should wrap this up quickly.
I hate it here.
I got it. Okay. You see this leather-bound book of sorts with scribbles, writings in it, sort of wrapped with a leather strap that's got the parchments kind of partially ripped. The book looks like it's been through like a lot. Going through it furiously. Where the fuck is it? What the fuck is it? I got it. I found the passage. Okay.
Great, let's go.
Brothers and sisters like, come on. Like, oh, okay. Gotta calm down. Gotta read this perfectly.
How long, Fiend?
Once upon a time,
Minute and a half.
lived up on a house on the hill. Her master loved her very, very much and fed her the finest foods. He would tell her of the dangers of the forest. In those trees was a fox, cunning in all the arts, and given how the cat had grown fat and lazy in her master's house, she would certainly be eaten. The cat did not believe she was fat or lazy at all. After all, she would place a mouse on her by her master's bed each morning before he woke. If he would lie to her about this, then perhaps he was lying about the fox. One day, she wandered out through the window and into the woods. And as he's reciting this short story of sorts, that wind kind of picks up again. And you notice that the cloud cover from way back down the mountain is starting to rise fairly fast, accompanied by those slow rolling booms of thunder you were hearing earlier, but not typical thunder, flashes of neon lights kind of being muffled by the cloud cover. As they continue the story. One day she wandered out through the window and into the woods. Sure enough, she came across the fox that her master had warned her about. She watched him chase after a mouse, but the mouse scurried up into a tree and was safe. This fox doesn't seem all that clever to me, she thought. So she settled up next to him and asked, "How do you do, Mr. Fox? If you desire a mouse, I have caught many, and I would be happy to share." The fox looked the cat up and down and sneered, "Have you really the cheek to offer me your help? You, a cat? What exactly have you learnt up in that cozy little house of yours?" The cat was taken aback by this arrogant tone, and you see him looking down the side of the mountain, like as he's reciting this, like kind of knowing what he's doing, like seeing the cloud cover come up. Brothers and sisters are like, okay, hurry up.
30 seconds.
You see that rock starting to turn
Oh, good.
head your direction.
Fiend, I think your calculation was off by about 30 seconds.
2.5 minutes.
The cat looked up and down and said, "Have you really the cheek to offer me your help? You, a cat? What? Exactly have you learned up in that cozy little house of yours?" The cat was taken aback by his arrogant tone. She said, "Well, I know how to catch a mouse, and I know that if you threaten me, all I will need to do is scurry up into that tree and I will be safe." "Is that all?" exclaimed the fox. "I am a master of 100 talents. I am a hunter, a singer, a writer, a liar, a thief, a lover, an artist. I have mastered enough talents to fill a sack." It was then the cat's master came looking for her, and seeing the fox, he whistled for his hounds. This cat scurried up the tree and was safe. That rock, now darting towards you.
Phil's on the verge of polymorphing. Like,
Yeah,
tell me when. Just tell me when.
I have a spell as well.
It was then that the cat's master came looking for her, and seeing the fox, he whistled for his hounds. The cat scurried up the tree and was safe. The hounds seized the fox in their jaws and began to rip him from limb to limb. The cat cried out, "Your sack, Mr. Fox, open your sack!" And just as that happens, the rock is like about to come into you, direct flight. You all take defensive stances, arcane energy flowing through you. That cloud cover passes through you.
That was very close. Too close.
As the cloud cover covers your entire bodies, your entire vision are blocked by brightly colored fog, cloud. White at first, then pink, blue, green. Some of you cough a little bit. Sort of wiping away, almost like a fog machine. This cotton candy mixture of scents and colors kind of all around you. You start to shout out to each other. "Ramir, are you there? Fiend, what?" As Fezzik shouting out to you. But none of you see anything.
I can
No,
hear
wait.
you, maybe?
Okay, can you hear this? Snapping,
Yes.
hitting his hooves on a solid ground of some sort. All right, follow the sound of the hooves. All right, brothers, sisters, get the hoof stomping. Help our friends here. I'll just start stomping. It gives you a sense of direction of the sound of like where they are, and they seem to be several feet kind of ahead of you.
Go ahead, Jade. You're good.
Oh,
Oh, Kevin's
Kevin's
frozen.
frozen.
Oh,
Kevin's gone.
wait, who gets to be the DM now?
Me.
So as you call out.
You are surprised. We're the Irish step dancing team, and you watch a show.
Wow.
I love Lord of the River Dance.
God damn it.
Baby Theft did in fact love Lord of the River Dance and was obsessed with it as a child. I don't know why.
Amazing.
I saw it on PBS once.
I was busy thinking of what is it? Is it Luck of the Irish?
Oh, that too. Okay, hey, this is a perfect time. Guys, this will not happen at Gen Con because we will be live and in person, and you will be in the audience. So come see this at Gen
exactly.
Con, Indianapolis, September 16th at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll also be on the Twitch, on Gen Con's Twitch, the live streaming, all that good
Steph,
stuff.
you got that ad read down.
I know.
Thank you. I'm totally reading from a script right now. No,
Hey.
No, you're
but
not.
it's gonna be so fun. I'll have stickers to hand out to people and dice and all that good stuff if you come find me. So
Ooh.
Hey, if 3 people subscribe right now, I will show up to Gen Con on the day of our stream and be wearing a dragon onesie.
Oh, I have a
All it
question.
takes is
If I was to get
subscribers.
subs, does that count?
Wow!
no, that doesn't count. It has to be someone else.
Oh, look, it's Kevin.
Why? Why today?
Dramatic affect.
Apologies, everyone. I have no idea why my internet is being so chaotic today. Apologies all around.
Because it wants to be. How do you
Feywild
put it?
things. and
Shout out to
Feywild
Mythlodor sending in a sub. We just need 2 more to have Jade show up as a
Okay, but
dragon onesie for our stream on Gen Con. So 2 more subs.
Hey, John,
Okay,
it's all
apologies, everyone. All right, I'll just wait for Jade to get
John, you're feral. Oh wait, no, it's fixed now. Never mind.
There we go. Apologies, everyone. Okay.
No.
Oh yes, another subscriber. Just one more.
Hey!
Thank you,
Woo!
guys.
I'm about
There
to
we
get another.
go.
No, it can't be us. That's not fair.
Probably from last
damn
year.
You. Well, I'm
yes.
showing a Gen Con and a dragon one.
Whoa!
Oh!
You must.
Thank you so much for all the
A
subs.
bunch of
guys.
subs just
Oh my
came in.
god.
Oh,
Thank you so
Jesus.
much.
Thank you. I don't have the Twitch open right now, but thank you all. Good
Now
one.
you have to wear the dragon onesie. You
Now
did
you
it
have
to
to.
yourself.
Now you have to.
wasn't expecting me that bad.
You tell the community what you need, and they will support.
I will wear a fox onesie if we get 5 more.
We're at the level 1 hype train, which is awesome.
I'm not joking. I'm a fox onesie. Anyways, Kevin, get back in.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Evan.
Anyway.
I appreciate it. Thank you for those subs, everyone. But as you hear the hooves stomping ahead of you, the rest of you are able to kind of find each other in this sort of cotton candy-like visage.
Oh thank goodness.
See each other once more, and you'll hear the sound. You start walking ahead. And as you're kind of going forward, you're hearing those clomping. You start to see that this fog, this visage, is sort of dissipating. You can see it getting thinner and thinner as you go forward. And all of a sudden, this sort of grassy-like texture that your feet are touching suddenly becomes hard, like on hardwood. And as the fog dissipates, this beautiful vision comes before you. The most beautiful land that the Feywild has probably you've ever seen since your journey here. You look around, you see lights. It's almost like a continuous sunset. Off in the distance, you see tons of multicolored trees swaying with vines, enormous, large mushrooms growing out of the ground with enormous tall stalks with sort of turquoise, blue, and purplish coloring on the tops of the pads of the mushrooms. Houses sort of built inside treetops. You see 2 moons off in the distance, what with like a bright sort of aqua green sky. It's lovely. All of these neon bright flowers and stones and rocks. And in front of you, a sea of creatures. All different kinds. You're seeing satyrs, you're seeing bullywogs, basically like an amalgamation of the creatures of the Feywild. Almost like they're waiting for something. It's a sight to behold. It takes you off guard. And then you notice the satyrs kind of split off and go and join the crowd in front of you. You look around you and you realize you're on a stage. You look down, there's this proscenium, this theater proscenium all around you. As that fog is finally dissipated, you're on a hardwood stage, 2 sets of stairs going down. You look up and there's like this beautiful goldenrod curtain that separated the tops with ropes. And everyone, this crowd of creatures, waiting.
Do any of them look familiar?
Oh dear.
None of them do. Make a perception check, though.
All of us?
You can if you like.
Okay,
All right.
great.
Cool.
Cool. Thanks.
That is going to be
Oh,
an
my
18.
19.
I cannot believe this. I've rolled a 1. I've gotten a 9.
I got a 4, so I got a 9.
So me and Saf.
I got
I got a 3.
Oh my
3.
god, what is this?
John and I just
Morgan.
like,
So you look around.
Farrell's too elated that she's back on the
Tarek, what do your
stage.
tiefling eyes see?
Farrell's too elated she's back on the stage. She's like, oh my God.
Also, shout out to all the people donating subs right now.
Yeah,
Wonderful,
you guys
we
are
love you.
crazy.
I
Level
will be
5
there.
hype train right now.
I will be there in a fox outfit now. I got to figure out a way to pack that.
Oh, wow.
But
Thank
I
you,
will be there
everyone.
now.
That is
So
like
generous
17
of you.
subs in total.
Damn.
We appreciate you guys. We have the best fans in the world.
This is
Right.
all gonna go into our Gen Con trip for sure. So
I'm not going to say anything because I know you guys will make it happen. I don't want to.
Do it, John, you coward.
Dress like Dora, John. You gotta stop Fox.
can you say TPK?
No.
Kevin will freeze randomly on stage at Gen Con at some point. There you go. That's the next sub goal.
Okay, so looking out into this crowd, it's a bevy of various creatures: sprites, pixies, bullywogs, various satyrs, eladrins, centaurs, all gathered together in front of this stage, waiting. And as the satyrs, led by Fezzik, kind of joins the crowd in the front row. And it looks like they're waiting for something too. Like they're looking for someone.
Exit stage left.
I feel like we're not supposed to be here.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, shove on. Go on, get it.
We're leaving.
As you start to leave the stage, like I think maybe we're in the wrong place. Some of you kind of scuttle off to the side, sort of draped amongst the treetops, sort of farther back away from the crowd. This very elegant vine swing kind of starts to drape down from the treetops. This figure swaying back and forth in this velour suit that sort of shines with this bright purplish hue that's arranged with a ton of glitter all within the material. This bright sort of white and yellow cravat, this white puffy shirt busting out with this bright red tie, white leather gloves, brown shoes, slick, shining, wooden mask hiding this long, slender figure's face. And looking around, you still kind of hear those thunder sort of claps. Not so close, but sort of off in the distance. And this figure with this mask that kind of looks like similar to like Jigsaw's mask almost, if you can imagine, like white sort of wooden mask with tiny little beads of eyes and red designs on the sides of it, kind of looking mannequin-ish. Just swaying back and forth. The crowd is waiting! Better entertain them!
Oh, joy.
Oh, no.
Farrell, isn't this like your thing?
Farrell, help.
Uh,
I don't allow big crowds.
Great. So Strange, you looked like you wanted to say something?
I'm about to do something.
Okay. Is it an act or something of any sort? Because she just produces flames her hands. I've got one if we need it.
I don't like it when people look at me.
Please don't start a fight here.
Do I recognize the voice of the masked figure?
Roll an history or insight.
I will take history. That is a 16.
16. This voice has this sort of crackling, old soul sort of vibrance to it. It's not something you recognize, though.
Okay.
Jade.
Can I try to do a history insight with my knowledge of the Feywild to determine if I recognize this place?
Make a history check.
Also, I would like to remind you that you have inspiration from the chat. Kevin, you also have an inspiration. Just
27.
Yeah. I will use that. 27. I would like you to roll a d20 3 times for me. Tell me the number.
Oh.
17. 9. A 1.
Oh no.
This wooden mask with this mannequin-like quality. You see these sort of shining, beating, sort of red and yellow eyes coming out of it. And there's this sort of orange glow kind of coming through the clothes a little bit in the chest. You're looking at this figure with this newfound knowledge of how connected you are to the Fae. You start racking through your brains, your memories, trying to remember anything that can give you a glimpse into who this person is and where you are. You remember a conversation that the Oak Lord had with one of his guards about a certain performer. You remember just chunks of that conversation slightly. Some of the things you took away from that conversation was them talking amongst themselves about the worst of Cirrus. The worst of Cirrus performances are better than any mortal actor could hope to achieve in their entire lifetime. The best are powerful enough to move mountains to tears. That was 1. With a 9, you also remember Cirrus. Their jesters spring up from the ground to support them in battle. And with the 17, Cirrus has a hard time controlling their shape-shifting powers. Cirrus is an archfey of his own court.
Am I able to determine that this person that is gliding from the rope thing is Cirrus?
Seems so.
Strink is going to, after looking and filtering through their memories, that up there is Cirrus, an archfey of their own court.
Oh. Oh, joy. So you're saying...
I don't think we can fight him, but knowing that he's an archfey, I say we entertain the idea of a performance. Hey, Farrah, how good are you at shape-shifting or changing into things? Maybe that'll entertain him at least.
Pretty good.
I mean, also, yes.
I hate to ask this of any of you, but I think performing is our best way of getting through this, because even though we're known to fighting off gods with a little g, I wouldn't want to put our powers against an archfey.
I've never performed for a noble before, but I'm sure I can come up with something.
As the swing descends, waiting for your performance, the slender, long figure suddenly does a swing and a backflip off, and the body changes into the form of a spider-legged rabbit wearing a crooked wooden mask similar to the mask that that they were wearing as it transforms into just a large amalgamation of a spider rabbit creature.
I'm going to need all of you to hold back your vomit. Right.
The cult of jest is waiting.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna lean to Farrell. Farrell, I have an idea. Maybe just go with it for just a second. Fiend, can you announce us? Just get out there, do work your magic.
You're a great MC.
I'll help. I'll provide like background sounds, like I'm just like.
And then you see her move people because Mullet is with us, right?
Mullet is with you. Yep.
Yeah.
Really quick, Ramira goes, okay, I think I got something. And she kind of like does a bunch of flourishes in like as much of a motion of like, aha, yes, we're on this stage. And starts to like very like showmanship wise line up Tarek, Strange, and Mullet to make like a human wall. And then in the middle of this kind of shoves Farrell behind them and like has her crouch down.
Got it.
And also disappears behind them for a second and then goes back to Fiend and goes, really just like zhuzh him up, give me a second, and like tells them to start announcing us. And then she turns back to Farrell and starts talking to her. Right. Which I'm going to type to Ivy while John zhuzhes the team up.
Great. Sounds great.
Mr. Fiend, at first uncomfortably strolls to the center of the stage and then finds his groove and begins spinning his cane. You're right. He claps his hands together and then fire begins to come from his fingertips as he spends a sorcery point to transmute a fireball into lightning, and then brings the strands up, and then casts it, 60 feet into the air above the crowd, and lets the lightning arc downward harmlessly towards them, just to kind of get their attention and make some sort of spectacular fireworks.
Kind of like those orbs that you touch and the electricity goes.
Yeah, exactly like a Tesla coil.
Umbrellas over them. All right, make me a performance check.
Wonderful. That is a 21.
21. Let over this arc to lightning that you stretch out like you're able to control the very fabric of nature itself, as Fiend lets out this huge arc in this umbrella-like pattern that kind of rains and falls down on the Feywild crowd as you hear oohs and ahs, whoa, just being like all the showmanship coming out, and that huge boom falls down, and it falls down like rainfall, and everyone just goes, ah! And everyone starts clapping, super into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, creatures and creatures, before you stand the mightiest of heroes from the material plane, a place far away, far detached from the Feywilds, a place where we, the Frostbreakers, are known as the most powerful in the land.
At this point, you see Ramira like flourish hands out. This is like an alternate universe where Fiend is like a freaking carnival circus runner, and she's like his assistant. She like puts out her hands in a flourishing moment, and she looks over to Fiend and goes, I have no idea if I'm doing this correctly. I've seen 2 shows my entire life. And then puts her hands like she normally does. That is correct, ladies and gentlemen. The Frostbreakers are here to entertain every single one of you. And as soon as she says that, she morphs into one of the bullywugs in the crowd. Like you, yes, you. Oh, aren't I pretty? And then starts kind of like doting on her. So, wouldn't you say so, Fiend? And puts her hand in his hand. And then puts it there, like, and looks at him.
Of course, very pretty.
That's what I thought as well. And then she spins herself out of Fiend's hand and then flourishes again and turns into Fiend. I rather like this one, though.
Yes, it's fantastic. I think.
You think what? Oh, I know. And then she changes into another person into the crowd. We're here to celebrate every single one of you, as you can see. And she starts to pop back through each one of the audience members she can vaguely see in like the front row, and then snaps back to herself. But I will tell you, the Frostbreakers, well, we're a bit more crafty than that. And then spins back around near the human wall and puts her arm on Tarek's shoulder and then changes into Tarek next to him. We're not just good at shape-shifting into looking like everybody else, although you are quite lovely. We're also quite clever in the animal department too. And then spins behind the wall of people and out the other side.
Okay, so first I'll have you roll me a performance check at advantage.
Oh god.
So
Nervous.
dope. While Farrell's screen gets unglued.
Farrell's screen is stuck.
no.
We're all going through it tonight with internet.
I got a natural motherfucking 20, baby.
Let's go!
Yeah, so that's a 23.
So you put on this amazing display with the grace of a dancer, spinning around, transforming into people. The crowd's loving it. When you transform the bullywog, it's sort of like old couple bullywog, like they're like humanoid frog-looking creatures. Short, stubby. They're a bit older looking, look like they've aged, have wrinkles in their face. And when it goes, I like that when you turned into me. That was really funny. And everyone's just mimicking the same thing every time you transform into someone. They laugh and just like point at each other, loving every second of it. And as you turn around and gesture over to Farrell, I'm guessing.
I have no idea
Yes.
what happened.
You're all good. We left off with Ramira changing into Tarek
Right.
and then spinning behind the wall and being like, some of us change into, and then out the other side is you.
Okay, great. And Farrell, from where she's been crouching behind the wall, will shake herself out and exit as a large lion that she once previously thought to turn into. And she'll emerge and come around the wall and stand very starkly as she lets out a large roar to the crowd.
All right. So as you point to Farrell, suddenly that body shifts. You see and hear the bones crack, the skin become fur, fangs come out, and this very elegant, huge lion suddenly appears on the screen, roars like rolling thunder out. Everyone kind of taking a step back from the crowd. Some of the older bullywogs are like, getting it back and like juddering a few steps behind. Make a performance check.
Woo! Making a performance check. Ooh, 18.
Ooh, you guys are killing it. The crowd is loving every second of it. Cirrus, who was kind of transformed into this like rabbit spider-like thing with that sort of wooden mask still on, suddenly the legs kind of go back into the body as that enormous spider-like creature transforms to this tall, thin humanoid once more, no longer wearing that sort of velour suit with the yellow and white shirt with the red bow tie and the constellations gleaming like glitter. In a more traditional looking jester outfit, an array of colors starting to come to life. Masks still on their face, but they have these nice sort of one white boot, two boots that are kind of wing-tipped and pointed, one white, the other one black, sort of draped with these sort of intricate red and black designs all over them. Two pant legs, one being red and one being blue, kind of coming up from the boots into the waist. This lovely sort of yellow and red sash with multiple like flower-like designs sort of floating off, coming up to the chest area. Not like a corset, but something similar with like a hardier sort of material. Again, lots of like whites, reds, purples, various sort of designs kind of chunked in together, almost like various materials were like lashed into one another. Sort of this pluming shoulder piece that kind of puffs out, one purple with like red dots on the shoulder, another sort of solid red color here. This very sort of peacock like design that flares out from a deep V neck that comes out and displays behind its neck with this sort of candy cane like design, more sort of thin wrapped yellow material going down the forearms with these fingerless golden gloves. This plume of a feather coming out of their hair kind of comes up. This shining light blue wafts up and bends back to the side.
So I think as I see what they transform into, in my large lion form, I'm going to shake out my mane and do a roll. And then when I stand back up, be a peacock that is emanating the colors that they're wearing.
All right.
And so I want to just kind of fan out as I duck and roll, transform mid-roll, and then stand back up and let the plume of those colors.
Amazing. And Sirius sees that and says, lovely! Lovely! Jade.
As this is happening, and I'm seeing him change into this other outfit, is there a way I can determine what court he's from?
Make another history check.
That's a very good question.
History check, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And how much is an inspiration? What do I roll?
4.
$15.
15. Once again, as your friends are all doing these dazzling performances, and as it's coming to you and Tarek's turn next, you're just trying to think, what is this like? You're remembering sort of conversations from your family, from your whispers of conversations from your father, from your mother, from people in the court, kind of talking about this powerful archfey that was like the most brilliant performer ever. And you're thinking, what court did they come from?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember that Cirrus doesn't hail from any particular court.
Mm-hmm.
This is their court, the court of jest.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
And then after Farrell puts out that wonderful, beautiful display in that peacock formation, brilliant! Brilliant! This tall, sort of 7-foot tall, lanky sort of vision clapping out to you as the rest of the crowd is just really into the show you're putting on. Who do you sign off to next, Farrell?
I think Farrell.
And how do you do that?
Yeah, I think Farrell and all of her now glorious peacock plumage with these brilliant colors will keep those colors and then kind of duck and roll again into a small rabbit and have those pinkish reddish colors, and then kind of do a little ear flop and then hop back behind the wall of people, and then kind of like kick Tarek's leg like on the way there, just like, your turn, go.
Don't make me go next. Ramir would have stood in line as well. Like after we did the whole exchange and the attention was off her, she would stand in line as well.
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh, God. I was still trying to work out what to do.
Seeing Tarek go out, Strange trying to think of something. They take their helmet and they reach in and get a pen. They get 2 pens, and then they basically lean by the floor and they just test the sound real quick. And let us see. Hold on, let me double check real quick.
I'm excited about this.
Oh no.
Strange just looks around. Okay, what do I remember of entertainment? I didn't really do much. Takes the using the pens like drumsticks. Just looks at Tarek and it's just like with the armor. Yeah?
Farrell's transformed back into her tiefling self. Tell a joke. Tell a joke.
I don't know jokes.
What do you mean
I'm
you
not
don't
funny.
know jokes? Yes, you are. You're very funny.
Just wave the sword around.
Sir Strange, make a performance check.
Oh god.
That is your performance that you were putting through.
Just
Dirty 20.
oh my god.
That sparrow kind of goes over and whips out of that form over to Tarek and just kind of kicks him a little bit, and Tarek goes, kind of falls forward a little bit, kind of getting shoved out. Sir Strange, looking at Tarek, kind of stumble, trying to keep up the crowd's enjoyment, just takes off the helmet. And everyone goes, ah! And just starts laughing, and the bullywugs and satyrs and centaurs are just like beside themselves, thinking this is all part of the show. And as Tarek kind of stops stumbling and gets his footing, looking at this crowd, looking back at Tarek, what is the final performance to close out the show, Tarek?
I don't know. I was not expecting to be put on the spot like this.
Either you do like baton drills, like with a weapon, or you grab one of us for a routine, or you juggle.
Juggle. Seen shows, man. What do people do in shows?
The last show they went to was Salil's, and Farrell halted the show. Yelling about your act.
I don't know how to play the guitar yet. Fuck.
And as Tarek kind of stands there, is a little shell shocked, a little has some stage fright.
I'm trying to think. I'm looking through my spells. Fuck.
Does Fiend pick up on like a hesitation?
Probably, yes.
All of a sudden, the audience is just quiet. Chirping of crickets and cicadas.
Fiend snaps a lightning whip out of his hand and just and sparks fly across the floor. And he goes, and finally, the new god of thunder. And goes to purposefully miss you with the whip. And Fiend kind of makes a face of like, do what you got to do to me, bro.
Okay. So with that, as you do that, even though you're aiming to miss him anyway, Tarek, kind of acting on instinct, will just disappear and reappears 60 feet just in the crowd, just standing next to someone. Just for a second is unsure, and then it's like, I gotta play this up. Turns to the person next to him and goes, wow, that was pretty close. And then teleports again to another random person in the crowd and goes, how are you enjoying the show so far? You having a good time?
Yes, I am.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Teleports back onto the stage, using fast step.
Okay.
I'm gonna help with this performance. Strange sees that and is just like, hey, I can do that. And then I'm gonna purposely use Misty Step. And then I'm gonna Misty Step maybe like right next to Fiend, trip forward, fall onto the face first. with hand under the cymbals like.
And Tarek, as you teleport around, getting the crowd into frenzy after that silence kind of takes hold, suddenly Fiend comes into position, does that whip, and you, ooh, that was close. How you doing? You enjoying the joke? What's going on? Is there anything else you wanted to add in there last second? As Sir Strange just falls down, crowd starts laughing and clapping again.
Yeah. Tarek just appears back on stage and just like, but as great heroes of the material plane, we have a great deal of strength. We are very strong adventurers. But I, in fact, being the strongest, kind of looks at Fiend a little like, sorry, it's for the act. And lifts up the hammer and goes, behold this hammer. Can anyone else here lift this? Places it on the ground. Fiend, why don't you try?
crowd just goes, "Oh, wait. You can lift a hammer, right? No, I've lifted a hammer before.
I fucking never wanted to try to do this.
Sorry, who's this person?
And Fiend goes to try to lift the hammer.
Make a strength check.
Why?
Because it'll be funny.
Well, it's a night. I rolled a natural 19, but it's -1, so it's an 18.
Not nearly enough to try to pull
You just hear
the mighty hammer of Mjolnir.
Oh, come on, Fiend, put you back into it.
it's in.
Strange.
Strange.
Stepping as comic relief. I've taken this role. I got it. It's like, I can do it. And just like runs over.
Go for it, Strange.
And tries to lift it up. Like just preparing to like fall over for the comedy.
Okay, so you're all trying to like, who can lift this mighty hammer? And everyone in the crowd's like, what? And you see them like, Fiend trying desperately hard to raise it up, can't do it. Sir Strange trying to lift it over, what? Falls over once again. Ramira
is also going to be like, oh no, and shift into a giant orc man. Even though that doesn't change her strength stats, but they don't know that. And she's going to grab onto it and pretend to pull. I guess she would actually pull to make it look realistic. So she just like starts pulling on the hammer and it's like, oh, I'm so strong and big and I can't pull this up.
All right.
As you can see, the strength of our team is just incredible. Tarek, what if you were to ask our lovely host here if they could also lift it?
Yes. Of course.
We'll look
And
real
kind of
silly when we lose Mjolnir.
Oh, jeez, you did Feral, no.
Oh.
It's rude of us not to.
Of course.
Feral's definitely like, we do not want to mess up with this.
Tarek's just like, I have full step ready still. I'm still concentrating on it just in case.
You could literally just telekinesis it down, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, if you insist. And this
I do.
tall, lanky humanoid, this very colorful display of clothing, suddenly just becomes like this huge stilt walker. The legs grow like an extra 5 feet, the limbs grow an extra 5 feet, and steps over the crowd and just makes its way towards you. And it's kind of an eerie, unsettling change that then comes to stage and comes down to that form again.
Feral will just bow.
Tarek just tries to give a flourish.
Feral will bow.
Reaches into the hand to pull off the gloves that they're wearing, and just reveals another pair of gloves underneath.
Feral's taking notes for performing. Like, she's like, okay, cool. Good to know.
Behind this mask is another mask.
It would be our honor to watch you. Please.
Goes down for the hammer. You want back up over there?
All right. Of course.
Of course, yes.
Back for a second. That's cool.
Strange crawls.
And their whole body starts to amalgamate and change into this like elephant meets a giraffe meets a lion. This sort of 3-part beast just takes over the main part of the stage, wrapping the trunk around Mjolnir with these fangs coming down from the inside of the mouth of the elephant head, the body of the lion and other parts like just trying their best to like bite the hammer up, pick it up with the tusk, with the trunk, everything. All these various powerful beasts. Comes back to that slender multicolored form again. Crowd silent.
You did a wonderful job.
Make your performance check.
Okay. This Feral's just like applauding.
Is it just regular? Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Regular. It's
Mullet, what did you do? Mullet, no.
18. I have a +5 to performance. Thank fuck.
as Cirrus tries to hammer, all those forms, the crowd's kind of silent, waiting to hear his reaction. You're silent as well. Sirius looks to the crowd. I can't lift it! Ah! And everyone screams in applause. The theater shakes with the roars of the crowd like rolling thunder through treetops. And just as quickly as the applause began, it suddenly stops. And all that can be heard is the gentle chirping of cicadas. Sirius looks up at you. Emanating from the yellow pinprick eyes behind their mask, you feel joy. Just a flicker. Just for a moment. Welcome to the court of jest, my friends. Suddenly, the balsa wood walls of the stage and the theater on just fall down as though the props were a set, revealing the true majesty of this court. Acrobats swing from vines to the trees. Poets sing soliloquies to chipmunks and rabbits. Multiple songs compete for your attention. The trees themselves curl into joyful spirals as leaves dance with the wind. This is no one's home. And yet, everyone is welcome. And as Sirius is kind of looking at you all, as the crowd is clamoring for you and like reach for your attention, he kind of quiets them down. As you're all kind of lined up on the stage, starts to inspect you a little bit. We have one final test. To see if you are worthy of the church of her inimitable joyness. You. Points over to Farrell. Looks
yes.
at you. No amount of makeup can cover up the things you've done.
I try not to cover them with makeup. I feel it gives off a fake illusion. It wouldn't be compelling enough to the audience.
Looks over to Rhaenyra. If you're looking for a dying realm to save, I'd start with your love life.
I shall take that into account. Not Sim.
Bro, we all about to get roasted.
Are we just getting into a roast right now? Because I got you, fam, if that's the case. Baby.
And the crowd is just bursting out in laughter with each of these quips. Looks over to Fiend. Fireball. Scented on self. I was so sorry. I was just reading your horoscope. Hey.
I was about to say.
Looks over to you, Tarek.
Yes.
You think you're so special, don't you, Hell Puppet?
Doesn't really say anything to that. Is just unsure how he has this knowledge. Just
you gotta ask yourself, are your powers a gift or a loan? Who knows?
wow.
Looks over to Sir Strange.
Oh.
Why'd the mortal cross the road?
Why?
To cope with the absurdity of existence in a world that will never fully make sense to them.
Nice. Clever. Strange just smiles.
Well, you gonna let me sit here and just dish all that out and not get anything in return?
Can I?
I, the player, have been hit by a bus.
Go ahead, Sir Strange.
Kevin, you told me this before, but it skipped my memory. When I rolled that one, what did the Oak Lord say about Cirrus' show?
The worst of Cirrus's performances are better than any mortal actor could hope to achieve in their entire lifetime. The best are powerful enough to move mountains to tears.
I need to write that down. Can you? I need to come up with a good roast. I just need to write that down.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Yes, please.
Do you want
I
me to
love that
clap
Kevin
back?
isn't forcing us on improv. Like, this is
No, I
incredible.
love it. This is good. This is wonderful.
This is so good.
Doesn't have to be perfect, Ben. You can just say whatever first thing comes to your mind.
I would say Farrell's got one too. Go ahead, Ben.
But anyone, if
God,
Jade, if you want to, oh no, we'll get to you last, Ben. Jade, if you want to take some time to write that down, I'll go over to one of yours.
Yeah, I need some time to perform in my roast.
So says that to all of you, and is just eagerly awaiting some venomous spite.
See Ramiro watch that and go, "No, you are correct, my lord." And she, bows very eloquently and then brings her hands back up. "My love life may be in shambles, that is correct, but at least my skill as a shapeshifter is not." And then she changes immediately into a different person. "At least I can make an exact duplicate," and then shifts back into a different person. Can't say the same for you, though.
This weird ape-like laugh comes out of his mouth. As he laughs, the jaw extends about 2 jaws too long, and then comes back up to his face.
I think what my companion here is trying to say is he may be the lord of jests and jokes, but the real joke is the fact that you can't help but shapeshift into horrendous things because sometimes the insides are just too strong.
Oh, God.
Oh. Oh.
Looks like makeup can't cover everything, can it?
Actually, I think it's the mask. That's what I think really does it for him.
Your turn's over.
Farrell just like a little flourish.
You points over to Fiend.
Your realm is dying and all you can do is laugh. You jest, you joke, you poke fun. But, hiding behind a mask, you don't realize you'll never be the one who's won. You make fun of us and poke jests and joys. But just remember that we are the one who garners all the noise.
Personal.
Not the rhyme scheme. How did you do that so fast?
It was just all off the top of my head.
Amazing.
There's a bit of rhyme in there. Very, very good. I like it. And you? Looking over at Sir Strange.
Strange from memory. A little bit of I don't know, something inside them just wanted to let loose. The Oak Lord says the worst of Cirrus' performances are better than what any mortal actor could hope to achieve in their entire lifetime. The best are powerful enough to move mountains to tear. But
Yes,
all
but-
I see in front of me is a shapeshifter who can barely transform in front of his peers.
These rhyme schemes, y'all.
Mine's should be no what I was gonna say.
Oh, I do this.
That tickled me in ways I don't think I've been tickled before.
Shocker.
You around here?
Is he asking if Strange from around here? I could be.
Not very many who would No phrases that your Claude have said. Interesting. Fascinating, even. I'm very happy to get to know you. And you! And just like tries to scare you a bit, Tarek, and just goes up to you. Come on. Join the fun. Just transforms into like a butterfly with like an enormous wingspan. It just kind of like flutters around you and then transforms back.
Tarek just looks at him, shakes his head with a smile. All these jests and all these jokes, but the greatest joke of all is yourself. I mean, look at you. I think everyone's laughing at what you say or what you do. But really, they're just laughing at you.
Everyone, roll performance checks.
Wait, can I add to that? I just want to be like, oh, wrong one. God damn. Hold on, wait. There, I saved it.
I'm just waiting for the sponge boy, me lad.
Sponge boy, me lad. Ramir, me changeling.
All right, everyone, roll performance check as a wolf howls in the distance
I want to go home.
from the crowd.
22.
17.
I
23.
got a freaking 11.
Okay,
23.
more than enough to pass.
21.
21.
21.
As Cirrus looks at you all, has this fun back and forth battle of the words, turns to this adoring crowd. They're not assholes! Ha ha! Everyone just starts clapping and cheering. I think you all are gonna fit fairly well around here. Welcome to the Church of the Inimitable. Join us. Come. And the crowd starts to part as he signals you to follow. And it's there, everyone. We're going to take our break.
Break time.
Because I remembered this time. Yeah, guys, we're going to take a quick little break, 5-10 minutes just to stretch the leg, refill the drinks, let everyone kind of get up for a minute. But we will be right back to continue this session and the story of Cirrus and the Court of Jest. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting us take a little quick break right there. We are going to dive right back into things. So, with the Frostbreakers successfully putting on quite the performance and also reacting positively and not in violence to the very deep cuts that Cirrus, the Court of Jest Archfey, put on before you, and you were also able to give a little back, deemed you fun people, deemed you worthy of being able to hang out in his
I
court.
believe the correct term is not assholes.
They're not assholes.
Put that on a shirt.
And welcomes you
Can we?
to to the Church of Inimitable Joyousness that he calls the theater. And as you all have been welcomed in, the satyrs you're seeing, that crowd starts to disperse a little bit with acrobats swinging in the treetop vines, songs being sung to squirrels, centaurs, fairies, lighting up this sort of ever glowing purple, orange, red sunset color in the sky. As Cirrus says that, starts walking off. What would you all like to do?
Farrell will follow. Like, she is bewildered and just delighted at everything about this, and will quickly be like, "Okay, I'm gonna follow."
Yeah, I guess I'd follow too. Where are the satyrs in all of this?
They were in the crowd, just kind of watching and applauding and everything. And then the crowd started to disperse, and they're just kind of like hanging out nearby. You're kind of in this like gorgeous grove of sorts. With this sort of, again, the Feywild being described as like an amalgamation between like a Canadian pinewood forest and a rainforest, this jungle atmosphere with fresh smelling water with this vibrant colorations of mushrooms, grass, neon lights with fairies lighting up everywhere, 2 big moons kind of mirrored in the sky. But Sirius is just kind of walking away as everyone's just kind of hanging out, doing their thing. And Farrell goes to chase after Sirius.
Do we
Tarek will follow.
Do we follow the weird man as she like keeps walking after Farrell and Tarek? I'm so tired. Oh my god! And she keeps like walking after.
I suppose we only really have the one choice.
Jade?
Strange is going to continue working on that parchment document that they've been compiling for the past couple of sessions.
All right. So as you're furiously running down that parchment, Farrell sort of chasing up to Sirius with Tarek falling behind.
Farrell looks like a kid in a candy store as she is looking around all the different performers and just, for the first time in a long time, a very genuine, like, smile. She seems to have forgotten the anger that she was previously holding at the moment and is just delighted with everything around her. As she continues to just following the sky, getting a little distracted at points and running to catch back up.
Ramira is pulling tired toddler or like tired child at a theme park situation where she's just holding onto Fiend's sleeve and letting him guide her around while she's like trying to sleep while walking because she's so tired.
Yes. Come. Walk with me here. Left foot, right foot. You know the drill.
And she looks up at you and her eyes are so dark underneath. You're like,
Right, yes. Pet.
Not the pets.
Just as we're walking, Tarek's kind of looking around at everything a little, just like, this is so fucking crazy, all of this. But then kind of like seeing the look on Farrell's face and like how she's getting like distracted by things, and it's like trying to like keep her on course a little bit, but like also seeing how excited she is about everything. This is the first time in a long time he's seen her genuinely happy and smile, and just seeing that despite all the craziness around them, can't help but smile himself just seeing that. Yeah, he'll just kind of walk with her, and just whenever she kind of goes off track to like something, we'll kind of go with her, partially just to see what it is that is, you know, interested her, but also kind of partially as like a, just in case she stays there a little too long, you know. But no, you know, he's not, you know, being an ass about it. He's just there, just being like, all right, probably move on, like after a little bit. But no, he's just happy, just seeing her happy.
Okay. As you all start to trail behind Sirius, taking in the wonderment of this special Fey court of performers and jesters and all kinds of misfits from the Fey, suddenly Sirius kind of stops and his neck elongates like a giraffe's and just goes and goes right into your face, Farrell, and it's like, yes.
Oh, I was just admiring everything. I think you've done a wonderful job.
thank you. You know, I don't really get enough of the appreciation from...
No, not at all. It's been a while since I've been around such wonderful performers. It makes me reminisce.
Well, maybe you'll consider becoming a permanent member of our court then.
I'll think about it.
Tarek's just behind his head, just.
I'll think about it. It's a very kind offer. Thank you.
No problem. So, what brings you meat sacks into my lovely grove today?
Kind of looking to the others, like.
He just kind of like, as you're kind of taken back by that, he kind of like, his body kind of comes back to connect with his head. And he starts to like sit down, like in a comfortable, almost like he's like about to sit in a chair and put his arm on something. And as he's kind of like about to lay down, various fey creatures just show up with like a seat and a chair and for something for him to like sit on his elbow with. It was like a little short sort of stubby satyr, like goes under his elbow there to like lean on and sits in a chair that a couple other fae just come over and put underneath them.
I love this NPC so much.
It's so good. I love them so much.
Oh.
Tarek hates everything, but I am loving it.
This little satyr like holding up the weight of this elongated looking humanoid, and he's like, pipe up.
Fiends?
We're looking for quite a many things, you see, O Fey Lord.
Such ales?
Well, I see as though your neck and your head can stretch above the trees and see for many a mile, but can your ear be put to the ground long enough to hear where we need to go?
Sure.
There's a fox. He bears a striking resemblance to a man who may be grasping above his means. I'm looking for Reynard.
Interesting. Why, pray tell, do you want to go after that little furry creature? And his head's kind of like tweaking a bit to the side, like interested, and the head just keeps like circling. Like the neck kind of twists and then kind of comes back to the full rotation.
That made me a little dizzy. I would like to eat him.
And by the way, I'm making these facial gestures, but you're just seeing like the static mask of him, just like sort of the intention and the energy that he's putting forth. You can almost read like the facial tics behind the mask as he's smiling and frowning and different sort of body gestures signaling what he's satisfied with or dissatisfied with. You say you want to eat him. He's like, has anyone here ever eaten fox? Yeah, I did. Was it good? Yeah, it's pretty good. Kind of tasted like gaming. Huh. Well, that's pretty crazy. You're a cricket, so that must have been quite a meal. Why do you want to eat this, fox?
I just feel as though it would be the ultimate disrespect to my rival, as he is a disrespectful piece of shit. And he is stolen from me, a member of his own clan.
Oh. Clan?
Mr. Fiend waves his signet ring.
Nice trinket. Kind of puts out his finger as it elongates like a snake-like body, wraps around your finger, and tries to take it to look at it.
My hand goes with the ring.
No, he's trying to take the ring off your finger.
It continues to follow until the ring comes off.
Oh, sorry, has a mask on, but still goes to bite it. Doesn't taste very good.
It shouldn't. It's a ring.
This metal signifies that much importance to you?
That ring does hold some significance behind the bond that we shared.
Weird. Just kind of toss it over to you. Sorry, Jade. Oh, you're muted.
Strange finishing the dock to the best of their ability. Holds it, goes up beside Fiend, and basically gestures for Fiend to take the document from their hand.
Fiend on the DL.
Yeah.
Make a sleight of hand check.
I think I'm good at those. Well, okay, I wasn't as good as I thought. However, I rolled well. So, 21.
21, you said?
Yes, sir.
Just looking at the stats of our boy.
This creature is literally the epitome of here comes the boy.
Oh, 100%.
I just think of any like acid trip while listening to the Beatles.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sir Strange, were you
Pretty
trying to like secretly pass this? Did you not want Cirrus to see you pass this over?
It didn't really matter to Strange. It was just more of just handing it to.
Okay, so you weren't trying to keep it a secret. Okay.
Yeah, because Strange is trying to talk to Cirrus. Is it Cirrus?
Yeah.
Cirrus?
Cirrus.
Cirrus. Okay. Yeah.
Cirrus.
Yeah.
So you hand over the parchment, but you notice Cirrus kind of like just looks like, yeah, again, little beady little eyes, but you just see those little orange sort of pinholes just kind of notice you pass it over.
Strange is gonna basically move forward, just be a little bit forward more than Fiend, and be say, "Do you like secrets?"
Yeah. Well, it depends though. How good of a secret is it?
Strange urges a bit forward. A big secret.
Oh, tell me. Snaps his fingers. The clothing starts to change back into that sort of dark purple black velour suit with the glittering sort of star designs all over it. No white shirt this time. A sort of black rib cage kind of exposed with this orange red glow kind of lighting up from the inside. Sort of appears before you. Tell me.
I would like to make an agreement.
Well, so we're making deals now? Bold of you.
I've been known to be that.
Ramira just puts a gentle hand on Strange's hand.
It's okay. I got this. Also, the quicker we get to Reynard, the more Fiend can get what he came here for. That's why we're here, right? Then Stranger smiles.
And she just smiles back. Okay, I trust you.
Thank you. Strange turns. For this big secret of mine, and this big secret, I want you to truthfully reveal the whereabouts of where Reynard is and how to get to him. And I will tell you my big secret in detail. And to sweeten the deal a bit, I can give you the title of this secret.
seems a bit one-sided, a little bit, don't you think? I tell you what you need, and you will promise to tell me what I need?
Aren't you somebody who appreciates entertainment?
Shut up!
You...
Just this loud, guttural sound of like a tiger roar just bellows out of the mouth of Cirrus. Shut up.
I'm going to kill this thing.
No, you will not.
Ramir's other hand is still holding Fiend's sleeve, and she pulls it a little bit.
We can talk about that later if you like.
Oh, God.
Why is he so excited?
But, children, one deal at a time. Now, mystery shiny metal thing. This secret can't give me anything to go on at all.
Have you ever heard a tale? A sad tale of a fae who wished to be human.
I do love a good story. I've known my share of tragedies for quite some time. Ones that cut deep into the heart and make you sweat in your dreams. Is this that level? Because that's what I'm kind of working with right now.
I love this
Indeed.
character.
And Shriek's just returning the energy back and forth, just like smiling just a little bit more. I mean, it's fine. It's okay. I mean, we'll find a way. We always do. I just figured we'd make our search a bit easier. And besides, you've been such a wonderful host. I wouldn't want to put a damper onto things. I apologize for my friend. It's just been quite the journey, you see.
So you're going to exchange for me revealing to you the whereabouts, if I do in fact even have the whereabouts, of said sly motherfucking fox. That you will exchange to me a story of such great misery and woe and that could move mountains and pique my interest. Yet I have no way of knowing the purity of this story or if it even has those qualities.
Kevin, this is going to be a clarification because we talked about this before. I think we discussed about, I don't know if this is canon for you because you didn't bring it up. Is the idea of Strange's true form still a thing?
The idea of Strange's true form.
What happened? That was an idea a while back or I think we talked about it. Is what Strange actually looks like.
Right. Just trying to think.
No worries. Oh, the
So
tension.
This was a form that you described like your Fae form?
Yes. Because right now they present as human. We didn't really confirm, but we neither denied that either. So I just want to check in with you as a DM if that's still a thing.
You have the ability to show some Fae features, using some of the arcane arts to kind of mask those features has kind of just been ever permanent. Because for all intents and purposes, you yourself didn't know you were Fae up until recently.
Mm-hmm.
So the knowledge that you might be hiding Fae features is still a little hard to grasp. When you had those flashbacks, those memories, you saw yourself with Fae-like features that have now since receded. We will make a check to determine how well you can kind of connect to that origin and show those features out.
Okay.
Okay. Make me an Arcana or History check.
I'm gonna do a history check. Dirty 20.
Ooh. So you are able to perfectly recapture those memories of when we were young and those specific Fae features that I will allow you to describe what they look like.
Oh man, on the spot. I'm gonna have Strange take on subtle details of what their father, the Oak Lord, looked like, minus the antlers. I'm sorry, I'm not really good at detailing on the spot. I usually just...
So your Fae features is that you have like antler-like horns? Like little ones or like big protruding ones? Because at the time you've been little, they've been smaller, but you being older, they would have become fully formed.
Heck yeah.
Okay. So, how would you like to put this forward? We're having a battle of wits with Sirius, not too sure if your story is going to be worth the effort. You then start to grow these horns out of your head.
Yeah, and Strange will say, because he responded like, how do I know? Like, if the story is worth it, sort of thing.
Okay, so yeah, so saying I've seen it, Sirius saying I've heard a few sad tales myself. I've been through quite a few. What makes your story so genuine for this kind of information? And then Sir Strange's head, you see these horns, these deer-like antler horns, as Sir Strange just kind of stares down Sirius, and all of a sudden, bone-like crown starts to cover around Sir Strange's head.
And as they're growing out, Strange says, because I am that Fae.
Oh.
Oh! My, that was quite a trick! You're one of us. Didn't see that coming. Roll a persuasion check.
Fuck.
You have inspiration for the chat.
Strange.
Persuasion? Okay. Oh, which dice do I use? No, this one fucked me last time.
Learn from me. Be superstitious.
24. Roll the 15.
Ooh.
Plus 9 in persuasion.
Don't even need that inspiration.
I don't.
So, Sirius takes this in, and you can see the wheels turning behind that wooden mask. What to do? Tell you what. He starts to lay down on the plush grass, that pink, orange, purple sunset light still gleaming this grove around you. Lays down, like, perfectly flat on the grass. You're interesting, my silvery friend. I say yes. This secret must be palpable. You've entertained me with your horns, no nice touch. How about we have an exchange of sad stories? I will tell you mine. You tell me one of yours. Doesn't have to be the one that you're holding so desperately inside. but any story. Call it a prelude to the big finale. And we'll let the crowd judge which one of us is truly sadder.
Strange looks at the party. Very well.
Okay. I'll go first. Kicks back up. Everyone, gather around if you please, and just like claps his hands with the fingerless gloves as the centaurs, the satyrs, the fairies all start to kind of careen and gather around through the thicket of the woods nearby. Some talking, laying down on the grass, all start to gather. Another crowd emerges around you. No stage this time. It's a story off, everybody. Story off, 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 story off. Everyone just echoes it around them in anticipation. Looks at all of you as you're all kind of standing close to him. Sirius is kind of looking at you. Go sit down.
Sitting down, sitting down. Come on. Grabs
I'm going to kill
Eric.
this Fae.
No, you're not.
Talk
There's
about
no
that.
Grabs Eric like by the arm. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Like,
We can talk about that later, you
I've
insatiable
told you
everyone.
you're not killing him. Come on, and
Fiend,
plops
sit down.
As
But first, yes. No, sorry, Amir.
But as they go to sit down, Ramir had never really super stopped holding Strange's hand when she stopped them initially. And then as she goes to sit down, she like holds on as long as she can, probably too long, and then is like, "Ew," as she goes to walk away.
Strange will glance just before you're heading off. Don't worry, Ramira. I made a promise to you. I won't let go.
Farrell, as she's pulling Terry, like looks over the fiend, like with a weird look, and just keeps walking.
Yeah.
I promise.
No, I'm just joking.
No, Strange, no! I like this!
Jeez. Strange giving Fiend the Fiend treatment. My God.
I fucking kill you!
Okay,
Farrell
so
plops down to the grass and sits crisscross applesauce. Very like hands clasped. Just,
the four of you,
Yeah, next to her.
the five of you, the four of you are sitting around with this bevy of strange Feywild creatures all around you in this huddled sort of audience.
Farrell's making mental note of creatures that she could possibly turn into.
Sirius kind of cracks his shoulders and straightens out the coat with this sort of iron-like rib cage exposed with this glowing orange light coming through. Puts his hand to his wooden mask. Once upon a time, an acrobat performed in the circus. She carried with her at all times a silver mirror. Through the mirror was covered with a cloth that spun and spiraled as she danced. Among all her adoring fans, there was one who loved her the most, and they were not a fan at all, but a clown. Each night, the clown would play fool in the dirt while the acrobat soared high above. And as he's telling the story, the light around you kind of starts to manipulate into dim light that carefully goes into a single spotlight onto Cirrus. Each night, the clown would play fool in the dirt while the acrobat soared high above. And when the show was finished, hidden in the darkest, coziest tents, the acrobats came to see the clown, and they would play fools in the dirt together. The acrobat loved the clown as deeply as the clown loved her. The clown was very surprised one day when the acrobat asked for their hand in marriage. The clown did not believe the acrobat's feelings could be true. The acrobat soared high, while the clown was low, dirty, ugly, and squat. But the acrobat insisted her feelings were true. They would soon be wed. The night before their marriage, the the acrobat called the clown to her tent and with a hushed tone revealed to them a secret. She said, "This is not my form. Mortal eyes like yours can see me only in this state of ugliness." The clown sputtered, "Ugliness? You are the most beautiful creature I've ever known." She laughed and said, "So that you may know what I look like, look in the mirror I carry with me. It does not let itself be misled. To show you my image as it is in truth." She proceeded to move the cloth from the silver mirror, and the clown saw therein the blinding beauty of a goddess. And the clown wept with grief. The shining radiant light appears from stage left, in the brush and in the tree line. Ramira, roll a perception check.
Okay. Oh, fuck me. Hang on one second. That's a 11 with my negative.
An 11. So you don't notice it at first. You're kind of enthralled by the performance. All of you, enthralled with what he's saying. Each word is said with heartfelt emotion and drama and trust. And then as he says, "A goddess," this radiant white sort of light peers from your purview, and this rabbit walks over to their feet. You don't catch it at first. You didn't see it from the corner of your eye, but when it joins their leg, you recognize that animal immediately. And the clown wept with grief, goes up to pick up the bunny. For they knew that they could never measure up to the woman that would be their bride. The goddess reached out to wipe the tears from the clown's face, but the clown could not be consoled. They fled. Throws a rabbit on the ground. The next day, the goddess waited at the altar, alone. Her joy faded, and the clown could never be forgiven. As that light darkens down, Sir Strange, you see those yellow eyes flash for a moment, staring at you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no!
Give me 1 second. My 25.
You are enthralled with Cirrus's eyes. You can't take them off of him. You connect for a moment. Now, wasn't that a great story? As the light kind of signals off from a spotlight into full view. Don't you want to just stay here? Tell tales with the rest of your brethren? Till the light dims out. And let me tell you, the light's dimming, and it's coming. Why don't we go out with a bang and a surprise and a performance? he cast Charm Person on you.
Do we see anything happening?
This is just between
my
Sir
God.
Strange
Okay,
and Cirrus.
great. Okay, cool.
Powerful Archphase.
Fails.
High
25
Yeah,
fails.
yeah, no, that's called Arch.
No.
That's called Fey Lords.
Oh no.
And Sir Strange, this gesture starts to make sense. All that hard work you're doing to become at peace, all the fighting, all the struggling, that peace that you've been looking for all this time, maybe it can be found here, in this grove, with your people.
Can I get help from Oswick?
What do you want to say to them?
So, my thing is, Strange is already charmed, correct?
Currently, yes.
But for Oswick that's already inside them, I'd imagine I can say, because if they're charmed, can I still make the sort of instinctiveness to have Oswick to help me to break me out of this?
You can expend one of your hit die to roll it and add to the number rolling to the saving throw.
Okay. Can you run me through that one more time? As it's still something I'm
So
getting.
I think we said it was a D10, I think. When you look
Okay.
up at your D&D Beyond sheet,
Yeah.
up at the health there, I think your hit points were a D10 because we did this last time.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, D10. So roll a D10.
But first,
Oh boy.
how do you ask Oswick for help? You feel this longing, this sudden urge to stay, and you start to feel this conflict happen.
Strange, sort of inside the conflict, sort of fighting inside because Cirrus is trying to convince Strange that this is their home now. This is their people. Strange thinks himself, this is my home, but it's not my home. This is not my story. This is someone else's story. Someone's trying to take my story. This is my story. Silence me. He's trying to silence me. He's trying to take it away. He's trying to take something that's mine. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Do you require assistance? Are we in trouble?
We are being cheated.
Roll your D10.
A 3.
Total of?
So I rolled a dirty 20 last time, so 23 in total.
I thought you got 25. So
Yeah, you got a 25. Yeah,
Oh,
you
I
got a
got
25.
Oh, then
Yeah,
Yes, it's
28.
28.
Okay.
Yeah, so 28.
I forgot.
Yes, that'd be 28.
I swear to gosh,
I
kept
was
saying
like-
on.
Wait, I thought it was 28. Flashes those eyes at you, saying this to you. You entertain the idea. It feels like this is something that you want, that you need. That conflict starts to take hold within inside of you. Reach out to Oswick. Crane your neck a bit. Black veins start coming up from your neck, sear up into your eyes and make them jet black. And you're in control. 28 was the DC.
Strange responds,
Oh my god.
pointing out the trick. in the voice of Oswick and Strange combined.
Oh my, a Fae plays a game. Eat that up, and I'll devote myself to finding your true name.
Cirrus is taken aback. You can't read the expression under that mask, but he is still and shaking. You are full of secrets and surprises, aren't you?
I
Where?
will turn you to hollow. I will break you down like rust. Do that one more time, if you dare break my trust.
Roll an intimidation check at advantage.
Oh, shit.
20. Dirty 20.
I rolled a 15. Serious, this confidence, this playfulness is suddenly just shut down. The Fae around you are frightened of you and start backing away. You've got my attention.
Now, where were we? Strange leans forward. Let me tell you a story of an adventurer who was cursed to never fall in love. He wandered throughout the forest, saving those in need, never staying for too long. Time and time again, he came to save adventurers, but would never give their name, for they had none. Until one day, a pale elven woman came across this adventurer who was laying rest on flowers. She looked to him and said, My, a strange one, aren't you? And it was this the adventurer got his name. He then trailed off, doing more adventures here and there. He met the elven woman again. This time a connection sparked. At first it was not love. It was friendship. They formed a party. They did quests. And soon it became something more. The adventurer, not knowing full well of the curse they were under, for they had forgotten previous many times before, the feeling was still there, left this elven woman and came back to find this elven woman far different from before. Strange's sort of flashing memories. This elven woman begged him to stay, where she had retired from adventuring. The adventurer, not knowing full well of the curse they were under, agreed. This adventurer became a father. Nothing happened at first. It was all fun and games. And one day, this adventurer received a quest. It was an easy quest. One more, he said. His little girl came up to him into his arms and asked, Father, will you come home? The adventurer agreed, now a father, setting his girl down, and went off on his final adventure. there were much troubles ahead, and the party he came with perished alongside the many others that traveled in his group. Saddened, beaten, time passing differently, he returned back to his home. Found that was no more. The elven woman gone. And someone else. They couldn't quite remember. Some say this adventurer still wanders to this day. Whether that be legend or true is still up in the air.
Crowd around starts to clap. Some of them are reacting to your story viscerally and emotionally. Some are crying, some sobbing, some just stunned. You are a dark one, aren't you? Well, everyone, whose story do you like more? Looks over to the crowd. I need all of you and Sir Strange to make persuasion checks.
That's a 15 for Farrell.
That's an 18 for Strange.
13 for Tarot.
2.
Oh,
20.
She's a little surprised. Sorry, John.
29.
oh.
Cirrus looking at the crowd. The crowd, not exactly, frightened of Cirrus, but he's a very, as you can tell, a chaotic sort of being.
Foreboding.
The crowd not sure whether to agree with him, just to agree with him. But you see their eyes, the satyrs, fairies, pixies, centaurs, all of them looking at each other. The shiny one! 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 Everyone just yelling out the shiny one over to Sir Strange as you have won over the crowd with that heartfelt story.
Oh.
Well, I am a man of the people, and the audience has spoken, it seems. You're a very sad, sad individual indeed, aren't you? Now, entertaining my crowd once more, I've deemed that you and my sir are sad. Very, very sad. A sadness that runs deep, and rivers could be made of those tears, my friend. Palpable. So, for such a respected storyteller, with such a delectable need for heartbreak, you want to know where Reynard is? That wily little fox thief. And in exchange, you'll tell me another story?
Indeed. No more tricks this time.
Well, okay. And Sirius just kind of puts his arm around you, is taken quite a liking to you, matching him, cunning for cunning, blow for blow. That elongated, sort of gangly arm wrapping around you, almost like too much, like almost like a Fantastic Four kind of deal, like wrapping around, it's going around you way too much. It starts to like snake around your waist. Comes around the corner of the tree. Reynard. His lair is within another lair. I have a fantastic idea, if I do say so myself. I'm kind of jealous of it, but his home resides in one of the largest and most powerful of the Feywild goblin kingdoms. That of Naktur. A hobgoblin wizard who calls himself the Great Gark, Lord of all the goblins, rules over a crowded city, warren in the caves and tunnels beneath the rugged hills. In the Winter Court. Plays a particular role on the behest of a Fey Lord that presides this court. Find the kingdom, you'll find the lair. So, where's that story?
All right. Strange. You may take a seat somewhere here. There's a lot to unpack. If you don't mind. Oh my gosh, am I turning to fiend? If you don't mind.
Don't mind.
Wearing off on you.
Doesn't matter soon because we're all probably going to be dead fairly soon.
As you will.
Fiend. I don't think
Oh.
he meant by you.
Oh my. Well,
I didn't either.
since you gave me that, I will tell you my story. But responding to we all might be dead, I'll have you know the Frostbreakers and I are quite resilient. I think one of us has died more than once, but that's besides the point. Let me tell you the tale of the Fae who wish to be human. A big secret and a big story.
I'm chomping at the bit.
There was once a boy born of two realms. One of the autumn. And clarify, Kevin, because you named it differently. The Shadowfell, right? Is that what you called it?
Mm-hmm.
One of the autumn and one of the Shadowfell. Being a son, and Strange leans into it, of the Oak Lord. It was expected for him to be just like the Oak Lord. To be prominent. To be courageous. To give off the energy that autumn has to offer. But all the Fae could sense it. All the Fae could sense the Shadowfell that lie within the boy. This led to nobody wanting him other than the parents. What was the name of, what was the title of Strange's mom?
The Queen of Night and Magic.
So, the boy only had two. The Queen of Night and Magic. And the Oak Lord of the Autumn Court. This boy was content, happy that he had a home. Until Asgardians sought to change that, through greed to malice. They attacked this boy's home. boy was fine, was happy. He had everyone who could ever need. Until his mother, the queen of night and magic, was marked with a fatal blow. Strange. Pausing. Again, the memories fluttering more than he can handle. She left, and soon it was the boy and the Oak Lord. The Oak Lord looking at his son, instead of with pride and joy, he saw regret. He saw failure. And the boy was wanted by neither, for his mother was gone, and his father wanting nothing to do with the boy. So what was a boy without the support of the only thing they called home? A tool, a bargaining chip. And so a deal was made. The Oak Lord giving his only son to the Asgardians in exchange for a great weapon. A boy exchanged for a weapon, nay, a tool exchanged for another tool. The boy left willingly, wanting to follow his father's footsteps. He would do what his father would not. He would protect everyone. But oh, the pain in his heart, it was too much for him to handle. For his mother gone, the rest of his people turning a shoulder. But he was different. But he was not one of them. And the last straw being his father, turning the same shoulder. Hoping this pain would go away, he struck a deal with a familiar Prince of Frost. And this Prince of Frost, quite a trick, but it would not take away the pain at that moment. So, the boy went off to Asgard, realizing that the home they once had was no more, hoping to find home amongst the Asgardians. But it was no different. For the Asgardians did see a boy. But more importantly, they saw an asset. Experiments were conducted, studies were tested. All the boy wanted was to have a home. But in the end, after pain and struggle, he looks down. It seemed he would not find either. And so, a child of both the Queen of Night and Magic and the Oak Lord of the Autumn Court was left to his own devices. Some say he became an adventurer. Some say he perished. I say, throughout the pain and the search for a home, reminding because he is aware that this is the Fae. he lives. And the scariest thing, he's more human than anyone else could have ever imagined.
Interesting. So you're the lost son of the Oak Lord. How's it feel to be home?
Strange, just breaking the whole thing. It kind of sucks, not gonna lie. Wasn't expecting like a welcome reception, nor to be attacked by the sun or, the stars. But you and I both know the Feywild is not known for its pleasantries. It's known for its creatures and its people. How does it feel to almost be dying, as you mentioned that chaos is happening about?
Oh, and you just see him like getting up from around, like out his arm was around you, gets up, starts like dancing around his feet. What a delectable secret! Oh my God, that is just so good! And he's just overwhelmed with joy and satisfaction from that story. Did you hear what he said? He goes different Fae kind of around. He's like, did you hear what he said? That's the Oak Lord's boy. He came back. We all thought he was dead a long time ago. This is amazing. Did you hear what he just said? This is crazy. And his torso kind of like elongates like a snake, like and like goes over to someone else. He's like, Dad, that's the Oak Lord's son, right there, in front of my court of jest. Oh my Lord. And he's just too excited and is just like talking you up to like everyone who's around.
While this is happening, Strange glances to Fiend, mouths the word.
Mouth it again.
Paying attention.
You owe me so much.
That's what I thought you said.
And with the rest of you, as Cirrus is like running around elated, chatting up with the Fae about this huge reveal, for most of you, that's the first time you've heard that story.
Yeah.
It's actually all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing that, what's your reaction?
Do we want to go in order? Saf, I'll let you go first.
Ramira is sitting there crisscross applesauce as she's been listening to these stories, and her eyes initially welled up when she heard this story from the jester about the moon lady, or like the goddess and the rabbit, and she got weird about that and her eyes welled up. And since then she's been just kind of zonked out, but as she's heard more and more and more, she kind of just sits there and slowly is like slumping further in her seat as she looks off into the distance and is devoid of anything.
I guess I'll go
Yeah.
next. Farrell has come down off of her delight as this has kind of progressed further and further and further. And having looked at Salvia's research notes and read through them, and now making more of the connections of what happened, she just feels a little sick to her stomach. As she's sitting there very quietly, her face is not one of anger or anything like that. It's just straight-faced, just staring at the two of them. And then when he starts getting up and talking to everybody else, she's just staring kind of in a daze, I guess, in the direction of Sir Strange. And just kind of seemingly taking it all in and processing.
Okay, Tarek.
Yeah, Tarek very slowly starts putting the pieces together as these two stories are being told. And as he read over the notes as well, that we all kind of had a look through when we first arrived, and kind of making that connection, and just hearing everything. Bit like Farrell just has just that sick feeling to his stomach, realizing, hey, that's what I represent at the moment. That's not great. I don't. This complicates things. Yeah. In conclusion, he is not feeling good. When he sat down, he had kind of like placed Mjolnir like in front of him. And at this point, he's just like looking anywhere else. At Strange, at the others around them, kind of gauging their reactions. At all the Fae. Just anywhere but the hammer at the moment.
Okay. And Fiend.
This makes sense. It all finally makes a little more sense. Doesn't it? Interesting. I'm so happy to hear that this realm sucks as much as the rest. There's no redeeming qualities. It's just trading and selling, just like the material plane. This isn't the House of Gods, same as Asgard. We all are just fighting in filth to see who can stand. This is good. This makes me happy.
Okay.
Well, there's some silence. Hey, Jordy, the layout's messed up.
Oh, I'm Mr. Fiend. No.
I was going to say, I was you.
You are Mr. Fiend.
Rami changeling.
Mirror.
Right. Farrell's kind of sitting there snapping out of it. Okay. Anyways, what now?
You see Ramira look at you because she's like crisscross applesauce, and then she leans forward onto her like knees, like ready to get up. And I need to go to sleep. And you see the dark bags under her eyes that are like worsened.
Oh, you're right. Do we sleep here? This is a safe place as
You say sleep here, and then she just lays down.
Okay. I'm taking a nap for you. Okay. All right. While we figure this out, Ramir is gonna nap.
She literally curls up, knees to chest, and goes, I'm just gonna wait here. So when you're ready to move, I'll be getting up.
All right. Sure. I'll sit right here and make sure you're safe, okay?
She looks up at you with her eyes all welled up as you say that, and then goes back to laying down.
We can talk later, okay? Get some sleep. Right. Kind of looking around. Okay, what do now? Ramirez taking a nap, so we're not leaving here anytime soon. Because they need it. Oh, great, Faelord, as he's still running around.
Sorry, got
right.
excited there.
Of course, understandably so. I do hope that we are safe here long enough to rest a little while.
More stories like that, you can rest here all you like.
Wonderful. Who's your best performer? Besides yourself, you're obviously the greatest, but who of your court here is the greatest? I'd like to speak to them. Just to see what things are like over here in the Feywild. It's been a while since I've seen such a wonderful show as you've put on here. Farrell's basically trying to maintain faith between this Fey Lord and the Frostbreakers.
Hey, Fezzik!
Oh my god, are you
Mother. Ah!
Oh!
Your friends want to speak to you!
Does Fezzik perform? He didn't mention.
Woolbottom performs?
And what, pray tell, does our favorite Woolbottoms perform?
He plays quite a particular role, you see.
Really? Do tell.
He's great at playing bait.
Oh.
Oh. Shit.
Interesting. Did Kevin freeze again? Nope, you're just very still.
Nope.
Gotcha, man.
Really? Sounds interesting.
Yes. It is, isn't it?
A little bit.
You see Ramira like get up at that notion.
Ramira, lay down. You're going to sleep. Take a nap.
And she looks back over. My lord, you wouldn't perhaps be fond of ravens, would you be?
Fond of ravens? What are you talking about?
Insight check.
Insight check the Fey Lord. Do it.
Insight check.
Is the Fey Lord gaslighting
That
me?
is a dirty 20 minus 3, so 17.
The answer is yes, Jade. The answer is yes.
There's yes. And yes in that way.
It's hard to read someone when they're wearing a wooden mask over their face,
Gosh dang it.
but
Thanks
there's
to
something off about his energy all of a sudden. His stance isn't as confident. Hand is kind of twitching and twirling around as he's talking to you. Not really looking in your general direction, kind of looking off and away. Doesn't seem too truthful.
Is she,
Oh.
she
Oh,
kind
no!
of sits there for
There you go.
oh damn it.
What is up
So
with
she
tonight?
sits there. She sits there for a moment, and you can tell if she like was going to try to sleep, and now she definitely can't because she just doesn't feel comfortable, and kind of gets up and dusts herself off. My lord, that story you told of the jester, the clown in the dust, and the aerialist. Did they love the moon?
And you see his demeanor freeze. He looks up. The twin moons setting in that everlasting sunset. What would give you that idea?
And she looks up at the moon. Well, I can't blame them if they did. I mean, she's beautiful and has been known to entrance many who look upon her. Can't say I blame them.
How do you know them?
Why do you ask?
I'd like to see her.
John pulled a staff.
Sucker.
Whoa.
She stops for a moment and she thinks about it. I am a child of hers. A priestess.
This tall, slender body just leans over.
She just cranes her head up to it.
Her energy radiates off you. How do you commune with her?
I pray. I could show you how.
How?
And she puts out her hand for the jester. I give freely. I don't make deals.
With elongated hands, those fingerless gloves, goes out to connect with your hand.
She warmly takes it.
How do you want to contact with Saloon?
She's going to take him on a walk. And she's gonna stay in eye contact with everybody because she doesn't want to get caught. But she does take him a turn about the room, and she takes out some incense and she lights it and she hands it to him. And she takes out another thing of incense and holds it. And as she walks, sometimes it's bigger than this. Sometimes I do candles or offerings and she goes through the list of ceremonies that she could perform. But sometimes I think the best thing is to show up just as you are and offer your time with no strings attached.
All right. Kind of kneels down beside you with the incense. And as you take out your prayer beads and your symbol for connecting with Saloon, the two of you start this ritual prayer to contact her.
Yeah.
I need you to roll
Yeah.
either you can do Arcana or Performance
Ooh.
for the ritual.
Okay, I think those are the same. Oh, no, I'll do Arcana.
Okay.
Oh, jeezy crazy. Oh, okay, that's not bad. I got, let's see, 17 plus 5, so it's 25 minus 3 is 22.
Okay.
And if that's not enough, I want to use my inspiration, because I can use that afterwards, right?
You should.
Okay. 4! So 26, that's the best I can get right now.
You, both of you, and the light's getting a bit dimmer now. That everlasting sunset, the brightness is getting dimmer and dimmer. As the rest of you kind of starting to make sort of a makeshift camp for the night to get ready to rest. Zermira and Cirrus just kind of walked off together. Not into the forest, there still is kind of open grove, but they kind of go to the other edge of the land where this kind of beautiful waterfall is falling down, where this cliffside kind of ends, looking up to the moon in a completely blackless night, since the stars are no longer there. and you concentrate hard, holding your symbol, your different prayers and items in your hands with Cirrus. What do I think about?
I think you say what you need to. You must miss her very much. I mean, the clown must miss her very much.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. But I think maybe they just tell her how they feel.
And that mask, that wooden mask, again, it's just a blank item with a blank face on it. And yet you can see turmoil behind that wooden frame. As you think hard, give him this advice, you can feel that connection starting to swirl around you. The moon's light gets a bit brighter. As all of you around, as nighttime is kind of starting to slowly settle in, you notice that the light from the moon is starting to illuminate the area all around you. You concentrate harder and harder. Suddenly, light beams form a trio of 6-pointed stars. And a blindingly beautiful acrobat-like visage of a person wrapped in swirling white and silver ribbons twirls down from the heavens. As this light starts to shine down onto the two of you, and this almost radiant glow coming from that other side, everyone's in a hush and awe over what's happening. She aligns upon one foot with the weight of a single feather. You've successfully called down Saloon,
Whoa!
the moon goddess, to the Feywild.
Ramira is like holding the incense in her hands, like in her prayer hands. And as she starts to realize what's happening, they're already sitting on their knees together. She puts the stick in the ground and then puts her hands down on the floor and puts her forehead down and just in a complete bow sits there.
And this gorgeous woman with this almost scale-like silvery armor underneath her white gownish robes, this almost Eladrin elven-like design. It's beautiful. There's like this armament of a metal shoulder piece that kind of goes down like this in various layers, angled, very like elf-like, swirls in the design and angles and cuts. High neckline from this almost silvery scale-like armor that you can see under all the ribbons and the gowns swirling around, this two-handed mace in both hands coming down, where the point are kind of a sharp point at the end and 4 kind of blades that signify various phases of the moon. So one is more like a crescent moon, one's a bit fuller.
That's dope.
More of a spherical bladed one, so on and so forth. Her long flowing white hair kind of dancing around her. The rest of you don't see Saloon. You're just seeing a bright white light kind of shining down from the moon directly onto them. And as Saloon plants the feet, my child? Hello?
She doesn't get up, but she still has her head down. Hello, my lady. It's been quite some time.
Why did you call me this day?
Well, of course, to thank you, for one, And she still doesn't raise her head from where she's at. But for another, someone, a clown of sorts, wished to speak to you, and I could not decline him that favor.
You look at her as she looks puzzled. Looks down at the person beside you. Cirrus is knelt down, head down. Almost like you can't really, like he's like hiding, which is not normal for him. She just kind of glances at him for a bit. As Saloon steps across the leaves, which don't even crinkle underfoot. She raises Cirrus's chin and tries to lift their mask. Cirrus holds onto it tight. Saloon kneels down, so they're face to face. She smiles and tries again. The mask is lifted. Underneath the mask is the face of a changeling, but grotesquely warped with madness and sorrow. Saloon whispers, "So that you may know what you look like. Look in the mirror I carry with me. It does not let itself be misled. I will show you your image as it is in truth." She unveils her silvery mirror underneath her robes. And in the mirror is a clown. Low, dirty, ugly, and squat, but full of joy. For the first time in 1,000 years, Cirrus smiles. And the clown and the acrobat rise together. And they kiss. Saloon will no longer wait at her altar alone. For the clown could be forgiven. And as Cirrus and Saloon both stand up, they look to you, Ramira.
Whose face is still down?
Rise.
She does. You are a very special, special person, Ramira. I've watched over you since the moment you came into this world. And I've never stopped since. Always left a part of myself to guide you on your journey. I didn't think this was possible. This could happen. But it has, thanks to you. If there's anything you should ask of me. She puts her praying hands to her forehead and back down to her heart. My lady, it is always my honor to serve you, but I am quite tired. and I should like to rest, but I do have an increasingly more difficult problem. And she kind of gently shows the small part of Mammon's curse. If it is a burden you wish that I solve myself, I am more than happy to do so.
As the changeling in front of you, no longer with a wooden mask behind him. What do you say, Cirrus? Cirrus, now looking at you, with a face, an honest face, that looks familiar to you. In the times that you look in the mirror, with your true self staring back at you. May I borrow your hand? His voice completely changes.
She puts her hand in his.
Puts it to his face.
No strings attached.
It's been some time since anyone's touched my face.
She puts her other hand on his face. I hope it is not the last.
This swirl starts to take over around you as the leaves and discarded grass and vegetation starts to move. And that glow of the moon kind of starts to take you over in this sort of circle-like fashion. As you're holding his face, this energy just kind of rises from the ground, this gravitational pull, twisting and turning from the moon itself. And you feel this white light just kind of emanate into you from his being. This powerful archfey blending his power into you from the hands connected to the face. And this extra gust of oxygen just fills your lungs. And you start to notice the scars on your hands no longer leave marks or scars. The bruises, the aches, the pains from the resurrection start to lift. Hair starts floating up as this just warm glow you continue to bask in. That glow and that energy subsides. You look down at that mark. Gone.
Wow, I'm healed. She cries. She tries, like you can tell, typically she tries to hold it in, but she just sobs. Ugly.
The negative ticks from the resurrection spell also gone.
Super
Yeah! Ramira got a rest.
Hey.
Farrell's over here preparing like a pile of grass for her to nap in.
Yeah.
But yeah,
All my hard work wasted.
She cries and cries, and she throws her arms around the changeling man's neck, and she just hugs him and buries her face in his neck. I can't tell you how thankful I am. And she just shoves her face in. She's decorum is out the window. She doesn't care that this man is like super powerful. She's like, you're gonna get hugged today.
Wrap your arms tight around him. Doesn't really know what to do at first. And then embraces you. I'm so sorry.
Sorry? For what?
It knows.
Yeah, okay.
It knows you're here.
All right.
It knows you're here and it's coming.
She puts a hand on his face. You couldn't have known.
It's been watching you. This whole time.
I imagined.
All the trees here are theirs. No, not theirs. They are them. All with the same roots. All with the same mind. The roots are their veins. The vines, their nerves. The bark, their skin. The leaves, their drinking of. The woods are it and are coterminous. It is one and it is all. And soon, you might be too. It wants you to join the trees, join the plants, coalesce into its soil. It wants you to join it in its tree of infinity, while it's still merciful. For you, there can be no bigger prize.
I must say, I would make a beautiful flower. I can't blame him.
This infection is spreading. Each day it grows and divides the courts. It won't be long before it descends upon them all. I could do nothing. I didn't want to do anything. This infection needs to stop. And you and your friends, with a powerful archfey in your own rights, you can do this.
She holds him by the face still. Not like she stopped hugging him and pushed herself away to look at him holding his face. You look so familiar.
Parts of me have been watching you as well. Guiding you. Hoping to see Saloon again once more. We never thought this day would come. But you brought us together. Such a rare gift in the sea of chaos.
She looks back at the Frostbreakers. I'm starting to realize that more and more for myself.
You look as delightful as the first day you came into this world. I could not take the burden of the loss that I had. I hid from everyone. I never showed my true face. You don't have to live that way. Be proud of who you are and what you will become.
Words spoken like a father.
One day. But it's coming. And you have to be ready. Take the time to rest. The light around them flickering and shining. He will be here in the morning.
And you? Where will you be?
Looks over to Saloon. Up in the sky. Continuing to guide and watch over you.
And she starts like palming the tears out of her face as this is all happening. Well, I can take care of it. We'll take care of it. Just like I always have.
You'll do us proud. Save them. Save all of them. This is what you were meant for.
This doesn't feel fair. We just met you.
I know. But we'll see each other again. I was lost, and both of you found me.
There are hardly any stars now, so you best do your job up there.
That's when he first noticed.
We don't do anything subtly.
Saloon looks at you. No, you do not.
I'm sorry, I'm really trying to work on it with them. I'm not doing very well in that particular area.
Nobody gets to talk down to my beautiful changeling girl. Powerful demons can't kill you. Powerful ancient battle mages can't kill you. Something to be said about that. You're a fighter.
I have the best of friends.
That you do.
I don't want you to go.
Is that light starting to flicker a bit more and a bit brighter? We'll always be around, Ramira. I'll be with you to the very bitter end. She takes the mace from behind her and hands it to you.
Me, the player, stunned. Ramira actually picking up the weapon. I will do my best. But you have a lot of catching up to do, and I won't stand in your way, so...
We'll be with you.
I love you.
Always. Sirius and Saloon disappear in a flash of light, leaving Sirius's mask on the ground. The visage of that white light changes and wafts around in this silvery, golden white, radiant mist. And then that white rabbit tramples beside you. The rest of you see that blinding light as you're just seeing Sirius and Ramira talking to each other, both standing, and then the light goes out, Sirius is gone, and Ramira is holding this two-handed, silvery mace.
Oh dear God, I hope he didn't curse her.
She falls on her knees and then kind of stumbles over to her hands. So she's just like on hands and knees, and she holds the kind of one hand on the mace and then one hand on the wooden mask, and she just starts crying, just reckless abandon, no hold off on it, and is just crying there, just weeping.
I think Farrell will just run over,
Nope.
like kind of make eye
Same.
contact in a brief second with Tarek and be like,
Yeah.
shit, what
We
did
gotta
happen?
go.
And then run over
Yeah.
him. Oh my God, are you okay? Like looking you over, like Farrell's very much like patting you down, like, are
Mhm.
you hurt? Are you bleeding?
And she's just like not hyperventilating, but it's a lot of the I'm fine. And she's
Okay.
just sobbing.
Gently take your face in her hands and gently like pull up her sleeve. Like, hey, what's wrong? It's
What
okay.
happened to him?
They're gone. And they had to go, but they're gone.
They?
And she just sits there and cries.
Okay. All right.
Uh,
Wipe. It's okay.
Every time you wipe, there's more tears.
Oh yeah, Farrell knows, but she's like, to keep.
She-
Yes, so strange.
While this is happening, Strange isn't going to get too close just to respect the space.
Hmm.
But as they're walking, they're also going to glance at Fiend and motion over to the parchment paper.
Fiend was planning on reading the parchment that he had acquired from Sir Strange while this commotion is going on, because emotional damage to Fiend is not the same thing as physical damage.
Mm.
Do you open it or just keeping it? Just
Oh no, I'm opening it and reading it. Like it's like I see this going on and go,
Hey, parchment.
what did
much
Sir
as,
Strange give me?
as much as Kevin will allow. In the parchment paper, just basically scribble down. The first page is, in case I forget. On the bottom, for all the adventures, for all that is to come, for all that I've witnessed, and labeled a change of pace. And as much as Kevin will allow, that's all the information Strange could recall at the time. So it's more of just in case if Strange loses everything once again, everything will be there. And
Interesting.
at the very end, you see something that stands out from the rest. It says, I'll wait for you as long as I can. Quote, quote.
That's very sweet of him to say.
Fiend.
I'm not entirely positive this message is meant for me, considering everything. Can Fiend insight?
Oh, shit. Bring it on, you bitch.
Context of what's been going on lately. The hand holding that just happened in front of him.
Homies do that.
Yeah, homies do that.
I
What do I
think,
have to roll?
Jambles.
Fiend is doing their little insight check, and
I
Feral-
said that Ramiro would hold Fiend's hand, but he doesn't like to be touched, so she holds his sleeve.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Uh-huh.
But I did notice the Sir Strange handhold moment.
A little clasp there.
Oh boy.
A little lingering hand holding.
It was Pride and Prejudice.
I think
Sire Kevin.
yeah, I think his Fiend is doing that.
Do I have to roll a deception against his insight, or is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
I
see.
think Feral, seeing Sir Strange starting to make their way over, will like continuously wipe the sleeves until Sir Strange is close and be like, "Here, maybe you two should talk, and we'll push Tarek with me. I have a favorite ask of Tarek, anyways."
And she's
Yeah.
like,
It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna take Tarek. We're gonna go to chat, and Sir Strange is gonna keep you company. Okay, I'll come over later. And pushing Tarek. I have a favorite ask.
Okay.
We'll come back.
We'll be here.
I'm being serious. I do have a favor to ask of you after a little bit of time here.
That's fine. That's fine.
Would you get John?
I got a raw 19 because I don't have a plus on my insight.
What'd you get, Sir Strange?
I got 26.
Oh, shit.
Ah! One of these days.
One of
these days.
evaded once more.
I can't believe I can't believe the essay deceived me.
That penmanship is shifty.
Strange.
Well, were you inciting like
The
Sir Strange or like the book?
Well, at the end of the book, it was like, what did it say again, Sir Strange?
I'll wait for you as long as I can.
Yeah. And he gave it to me. So he was like, Mr. Fiend was like, that's not right.
That's not me.
Hey, this can't be applied to me. So he's trying to add like pieces together.
So he's trying to be like, who could this be for? It can't be for me.
Right, exactly.
And you are just so kind of, you're in a very selfish state of mind currently. You have revenge solely on the brain.
Correct.
Since you've been here, you have been wanting to get a hold of Reynard. You want to get that shit back that he took from you, and it's the worst slight you can possibly imagine. And the hidden fucking location of Reynard's lair was just revealed to you by the Archfey himself, Cirrus. So you are just like blinded by what's happening around you. You've just been so focused on getting this thing done and finished that like you're not really paying attention to like the details going on around you.
It's weird. I'm not entirely positive why Sir Strange is so infatuated with me, but this is something we can deal with after Reynard is dead.
Okay.
Ha ha ha.
As he closes the memoirs and repockets them, now knowing everything that happened in Sir Strange's life.
This is the Feywild. We're gonna tell you.
Now knowing everything that's happened since he's written it down.
There you go.
Oh boy.
Does anyone else want to do anything before you sleep for the night?
Yes.
So Ivy, Feral, and Tarek like dawdled off.
I saw. I looked over, saw Sir Strange kind of keeping a respectful distance, and figured that there might be needing to have a conversation there. And with me and Tarek standing there, and you upset and hyperventilating, made the decision to let Sir Strange comfort you and push Tarek off to one side because I had a favor to ask of Tarek.
Yeah. Now he'll work with you.
She is not moved. She is still sitting there clutching each item in her fist.
Feral made point blank eye contact with Sir Strange, like, Your turn
Do
now.
your thing.
do the comfort thing. Push Tarek.
Is it safe
You need to
to
push.
proceed
I
into
got
the
you.
area?
Okay. So, seeing that happen, and as they're walking, Strange is going to slowly walk over. And is Ramira kneeling or sitting down?
She's like kneeling, but she's like half bent over, the mace and the mask just like clutching into the palm, like the flesh of her palms as she's like gripping these.
Strange will go beside her, but give her just enough space. About 2 feet, so that way it's not overbearing.
I gotta get emotional again. Gosh dang it, Pharaoh. No, not another one.
For some reason, it keeps kicking me out.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay.
we're all having issues tonight.
I know.
Yeah, she's at this point like, okay, it's fine, everything. And she like lets go finally of the mask and starts palming away things. I'm trying now. I have to get back into being emotional again. She.
Strange sits there and glances at Ramira and undoes the knot that was tied onto their pauldron and places it between them. I'm here to listen. I'm here if you need me. I won't ask. I'll give you your space, if need be. But I did make a promise.
She puts out her hand.
Strange, without hesitation, reaches for her hand.
She starts crying again. It was my... They didn't say it, but it was my parents. And she just is crying more. And now they're gone. They're gone now. And they want me to just... This is terrible. You have had such an awful couple of days now. I'm crying about my own stuff.
Hey, oh, look. Everyone has their own fair share of issues, me included. But right now, it's about you. It's about you. Ramira, you care so much about other people. Let me care for you. Even if it's just for tonight. Okay? These parents of yours, you'll see them. I'm sure of it. Think of it as, Strange, just like trying to find a face sense of mine. Sort of.
Yes, that's all very new and Prince.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, I think maybe I'm going to still. I'll put that on the list of things that I'm currently thinking about doing right now. And meanwhile, that idiot, and she looks like gestures wildly to Fiend, who's like nose deep in a book and like starts to put the note away. I'm so big and tough and everything. We can't even sit here with feelings. I mean, look at him. And she's like rubbing her tears away.
This doesn't make sense.
What is that anyways? That's not important.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know.
Okay.
And she literally just gently pulls her tunic aside to show that there's no mark anywhere. This is soft now, but I guess he'll be here tomorrow. Because of me. Because of me.
Because of you.
He knows
Because
where we are.
Because of you, I'm here. Because of you, tomorrow, I will still be here. Because of you, everyone is here. Don't get me wrong, you sure bust fiend all the time. Here. You give Farrell trouble here and there, but your friends, she's here. Tarek? You being there. He's here. Mullet, getting the shit kicked out of her.
Yeah.
You being there. She's here. Because of you, we will be here. Together.
I don't... She sits up a little bit more now on her knees and wipes all the tears away. I will also be here for you all. Everything has been out of control, and I'm out of control, and I don't know what kind of person I am anymore.
Strange will shift their knees to be in front of Rhaenyra. Strange will take both of her hands. You don't know who you are anymore. That's fair. And by the looks of things, it's been weighing you down a lot. I think we talked about this once. You don't know who you are anymore. But whoever you decide to be, I will still love that part of you. Because it is you.
Don't say it like that, it makes it worse.
I've never been one with words. We know this. Figure that's your thing.
No, I leave that to Fiend. It's all a facade.
That's fair.
Fiend, roll a perception check.
No!
Bitch!
Kevin is against us!
No, Kevin is there for the drama. Are you serious? Are you dead ass?
Dead
I'm stealing those dice at Gen Con.
I'm gonna gift you one, don't worry.
Staff and Sir Strange, roll stealth checks.
Oh no. Fuck. God damn it.
Don't worry.
Damn
Stealth is my disadvantage.
it.
Oh no.
Girls over here just like...
That's a 10.
That's a 15.
That's not even close.
Damn it.
Fiend, as the two of them start to talk to each other, you're going over that book. And that ending keeps puzzling you for some reason. And then you look up at Sir Strange and Rhaenyra,
I wildly gesture over to him.
and you just put your ear up a minute, and you hear conversation. And it starts to click. After that, move over to Tarek and Farrell.
Cute
Oh,
girl
boy.
pushing Tarek.
You don't need to push me.
I know,
No,
but that's still, I
guy.
figured this would help you move
Fine.
faster.
No, I can move perfectly fine on my
No,
own.
okay. All right.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Anyways, and always we're like further enough distance.
Yeah.
leave those two kind of not quite sure where Fiend is until I glance back and realize, Fiend has a look on his face.
Like
I'll
laser
deal with that
beams.
later. I'll deal with that later.
He disintegrates Ramira.
Oh
Just look over, look, she's never gonna come back.
No, it's fine.
But girl kind of looks at me, she's like, well, that's a look. We'll deal with that one later, I'm sure.
Yeah, sure.
Anyways.
What do you think of this place?
This place specifically, or the Feywild in general?
Bit of both.
This
I was
place.
thinking mostly this place, but
Oh, it's great. it's wonderful. The performers are incredible.
I could tell you were having a good time.
And she looks really
I've
happy.
seen you smile in a while. It's good to see.
And with that smile, as Tarek mentioned, it kind of slowly fades. It makes me very happy. It reminds me a lot of my childhood. It reminds me a lot of my bards.
We'll get them back. That's why we're going after this.
To the favor I am going to ask of you, it's going to be a little awkward for you.
Of course, anything.
I need you to use sending for Salil.
Right. Okay. Looks a little kind of like,
It's
okay. Right.
I abandoned them again. I left them again.
That
I
wasn't
broke
your fault.
I broke the promise to him and to Thayer again.
We're going back there after this. You didn't choose to come here. That wasn't your choice.
Time passes differently here. And he waited 3 years, Tarek.
I know.
I can't do it to them again.
You can't control how long we're in here for.
Which is where you come in. I need you to send him a message for me.
I can try.
That's all I ask. I mean, you're familiar with him at least a little, so.
Yeah.
Ben, do you still have it? Or do I need to resend it to you?
You can resend it to me.
Okay, hold on. So,
I
farewell.
mean, if you
I have it.
say it aloud, I'll just say that that's what he sends.
Well, she's going to, because of the way it's phrased when I sent it to you, when I wrote it, she's going to lean over and tell you what she wants to say.
Mm-hmm.
You can say it kind of like you, just if you'll let him know for me.
Yeah, it'll be my voice if it's something
that's
personal. It'll sound a little strange coming from me, but
that's okay.
If Farrell says this, I get 25 words though, so it's
exactly that. As she'll lean forward and kind of quietly tell you what she wants to say. And you got it. I sent it to you.
His left ear perception.
Oh.
This. I pinned it in our messages so I could go back.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say it. Okay.
No, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you.
Oh, what? Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. You tell him that, and there's just this moment, just where you say that, and then he kind of steps back, and it's like, right.
I know it's a lot to ask.
No, it's.
If you're uncomfortable with it, I can ask from here later.
No, it's fine. I can do it. I have a couple of spell slots left. It's fine.
Okay.
Really.
Thank you. And she'll give him like a very soft smile.
And he'll just kind of take a moment. And then he will cast Sending. Doesn't know if it'll work because he hasn't had a response from his 3 other ones he sent so far.
No.
But he'll try.
And the from feral part is included in that 25.
Oh, yeah.
Counted it out.
So I'll try and do the sending to Salil. And the message is from Feral. Unexpectedly in the Feywild. I'm so sorry. Time's weird here. Didn't mean to leave. She loves you. But don't feel obliged to wait again. That goes. It is a different realm though, so there is a 5% chance.
There's a 5% chance it doesn't work. But...
Like, I gotta roll. I'm trying to remember. Is it 1 to 5 or is it 95 to 100 that doesn't work?
It's 1 to
It's 6 or more. You have to roll.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's 1 to 5. So yeah, you just have to roll above us. Here we go.
34.
Okay.
So it works.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Feral cut.
Yeah, takes a moment. Just opens his eyes. It's sent. I will warn you though, I don't know if I'll get a response. I sent a message to both of my parents yesterday. I meant to do it before we left Asgard. And, well, we didn't really get time. I also sent a message to Nakari, hoping to try and keep track of time here. But still, nothing back from her either. I don't know if they're even getting the messages. I'm
Fingers
sorry.
crossed.
Of course.
It's okay. I just had to try. No harm in saying I tried, right?
Of course. You're doing everything you can. Remember that, okay?
What?
Don't be too hard on yourself.
Me? Hard on myself.
Yes, you hard
When
on
do
yourself.
I ever, Tarek?
All the time.
Can you prove that?
Yes.
That doesn't sound correct.
Think it does.
What part?
Again. He's smiling again.
What part?
Oh, there are so many.
Is there?
He starts walking away.
You can't prove it. You can't even name a specific grievance.
I don't need to.
Just let me know if he responds, okay?
Yeah, I will. You'll be the first to know. And there is. Hold on, actually. A roll thing.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Hi, hello, Ivy.
Hi.
Okay, you're choosing violence then. All right, cool.
Oh shit! Good. It's up.
That was a 17. Cool.
Okay. What's up?
There is
What
a
are you
moment
doing?
just in this kind of as they're kind of having this exchange where he kind of just as they're kind of joking around and just genuinely seem happy again. He kind of reaches out his hand and then kind of stops. It's not kind of just stops for a second.
She doesn't know this.
Yeah. And he
I
just
rolled
kind of
hard.
has his moment and he just
She doesn't know this.
retracts it again.
I rolled an 8. She did.
Yeah.
She did.
It's like, yeah, it's not like that anymore. Just kind of affects his hand a little. Maybe we should go see what Fiend's scowling about.
He is scowling awful hard over there.
I mean, he's usually scowling with like a smile. It's more of a sneer. It's kind of his normal thing. He seems a little
With no ceremony, Farrell will just kind of like, Fiend,
What is it?
what's the look for?
I am looking at a squirrel. It doesn't belong here.
Can I make a perception?
I
The filthy
Perception.
fucking-
I don't.
Oh, to see if you see a squirrel.
Yeah.
Am I the freaking squirrel?
My
Filthy
passive,
fucking rat.
my passive is an 18. I see no squirrel. I'm like,
Because there is no squirrel.
yeah, I think she'll
15.
follow.
Oh, wait, there it is. I see it right over there.
I'm looking.
What What do you mean
squirrel
it's a
fiend?
squirrel? Kind of now like falling eyes. It's like,
Yeah.
It seems you all have discovered something important. Care to share with the class?
you mean?
Yes, it does seem that we had a 50-50 split with me in the middle.
Well, I was having Tarek send a message. Those two seem
Fantastic.
to be having,
Don't worry about them, they're fine.
Did you find out anything interesting? You looked very busy reading.
I'm just thinking about all of the different things I'm going to do to the fox. I finally have his home.
You know,
Like the redirection of this energy.
It's just right in my purview.
you could skin him or take his tail.
God damn it, Ivy.
Yes, I'm going to use them as covers for my pool cues. However,
You will have to teach me about pool. It sounds very interesting. I've seen people play it in some of the halls I've danced in, but not.
I will be more than happy to. However, I do believe, and he
pretty
is
fun.
looking at Ramira and Strange, that a rest has been requested time and time again. So,
Yes.
please, shall everybody separate for their night?
I don't see why not. Are you sure you're okay? That
Earliest we wake up, the earliest I can kill a fox.
right.
Yes.
I'm looking at Tarek like side glance, like
Something's wrong with me.
Me, the player, is scared.
We'll be all right.
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 Ramira?
At this point, when they are talking, she's going, I'm going to have to tell them. Kevin, I'm assuming Mammon is going to be there, question mark?
Beware.
Oh, like...
I had to do the box
Like-
curse.
Who was the jester saying would be there the next day? I got confused.
Sounded a little bit like Sam to me.
Yeah, it sounded like Sam.
I thought it was Sam as
Okay.
well, but Ramirez, like, the handprint got removed, like, yada, yada,
Yeah.
yada.
Oh, yeah, no.
She's
You
like,
think they said, like, when you took out the stars, it knew you were here.
okay, so that's the change. I just wanted to make sure
I
because
just had the confusion, though.
yeah, just anyways, I'm going to have to tell them that Sam will most likely be here. Not most likely he'll be here, but anyways, everything is so different now, and your prince and I apparently am the daughter of an archfey and maybe the moon. I don't want to think about it right now, but this changes things, and it's okay, and it's okay. It is okay. Everything is okay.
Strange, not saying anything, understanding that Ramira's sort of rambling, just sort of a little bit.
What?
What?
Strange is going to reach out their hand and place on her cheek.
I think Farrell like looks to Fiend and looks. It's like, oh.
And then
Mm.
Strange kisses her.
Oh,
She kisses them back.
Ah!
Oh my god. Yes.
Sir Strange. Make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, no. I think Farrell saw Fiend's face, went, oh, and then like kissed it, went, oh. And then Farrell's just hand just fell. Just,
Yep.
I thought,
18 plus.
Also, Mads, what the fuck?
22.
22. Okay.
Did I get another inspiration, or did I only just have that one?
you just have
I
Just
think you
have
got
the
the
one.
plan.
Okay,
Just
then
the one.
that is my base is 22. Just 22.
All right.
And then they forget her.
No. Did they just roll for kissing?
No, they did not just roll for kissing.
Not.
Oh,
It
it's
is for forgetting.
After,
And then Fiend cast
after you-
Fireball.
after you guys are done, and you guys separate, and you're feeling fantastic. Sir Strange, as he's clearing your face, there are just two large black arms standing over Ramira as she's sitting on the ground, and he feels hot breath.
What is happening?
And these yellow eyes are piercing. Make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh
No. This is good. I love you, John.
I love you too. I want to let you know I love you too.
I know. Hold on, let me use this.
Cheryl's standing here watching this happen.
Strap in, folks.
Yeah.
Not sure what she's supposed to do.
It's an 8!
Yeah,
No.
it's way on.
Yeah. Carrie doesn't even have the time to counterspell.
Yeah, Farrell's sitting there with her hands up, like.
So, John, just so I know, what are you attempting to do?
no.
I am disintegrating.
You bitch!
Oh my god.
It was a bonus
Sir
action.
Strange. Do you remember that charisma saving throw I had you roll a couple games ago from Oswick?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Your armor instantly turns black.
Oh, fuck.
Do you have any reactions? Counterspell?
They don't even have counterspell anymore because they changed their oath.
That's right.
Oh,
Let me
fuck.
see. Let me check.
The chat's going, kissing jail, kissing jail. Now is not the time.
Oh my god.
Ayo, you said you liked them tall, dark, and handsome.
I guess burnt to a crisp.
I don't have any reactions now.
Ah,
I don't have any of
Cheryl's
them
hands
anymore.
are up like this.
yeah.
She's just waiting for
change
what
the
the
oath.
hell to do.
Tarek would be too surprised to counterspell.
Oh yeah, Farrell's hands are up, but she's like, what
Yeah.
do I do?
Oh wait, hold on. How close
Yeah,
is Fiend to Strange right now?
60
Because
feet.
well, never mind. I have Mage Slayer, so they have to be close in order for me to do anything.
The hound's over you, and Fiend is like over
Oh
60
my
feet.
God.
Yeah.
And
my God.
you use the symbiote's ability for the hit die for your saving throw.
Yeah.
You do that once per short rest, or long rest. You don't have that anymore.
Nope.
Your armor instantly turns black. Your rose signia on your armor turns purple. Oswick is taking over. Fiend, do what you're gonna
Oh.
do.
Oh, shit.
You're nailed by disintegrate.
Does he have to roll anything, or
He already did. He rolled at disadvantage and got an 8 for dexterity.
okay?
So what happens?
How much?
I'll tell you damage. I've already rolled damage.
Yeah. Roll the damage.
I did. It's very low, and I chose not to because the point isn't to disintegrate. So strange.
Okay.
God damn it.
It's
Shut up.
63 force damage.
Oh.
Okay, so the hound over top of you, suddenly you see these bright eyes gleam across the grove. Beams jettison all around you and boom, hits you square in the chest. Even though the symbiote Oswick takes over trying to protect you, it's not quick enough and just zaps you and you crater into the ground 20 feet. Smoke rises off of your body from the direct hit from Fiend's disintegrate eyes. Birds and animals are all fluttering and flying out from the grove.
She is crying, but it's not the kind that she was doing before. It's 2 solid streams down an emotionless face.
Mr. Fiend and the hound into shadows. Don't hurt her. It's strange. As he turns and begins to walk away.
Kevin, the symbiote's taking over Strange completely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does Strange have control over their actions at this point now that Strange is...
You do not.
Oh!
Oswick is taken over. And you say that, Fiend. And Oswick, you start to get up.
Fiend, you do not get to do something like that. Are you crazy? Strange.
The symbiote starts to coalesce over your silver paladin armor, and this onyx oozing sensation goes over your entire body. The black veins come up through your paladin armor, caressing your jaw and your neck. You stare down at Fiend. You're a visitor in your own body.
What is happening?
Can I ask
Is.
one thing to do? Strange scream as it's taking over.
Yes, but it's muffled instantly.
Strange scream.
Goes and the voice of Oswick comes forward.
Okay, how close am I to either of them? Like, what's my distance? I guess 60 feet from Fiend.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably closer to Oswick.
Yeah.
Kevin, would you like me to voice Oswick, or is that you? You can do it.
I like your voice changer more.
She literally is understanding that something is desperately wrong since Strange is screaming. And she is going to fling herself in the middle of both of them with her hands out on either side. Please don't do this. I'm begging you desperately. Please don't do this. And she's gonna cast, hang on, stick with me now. Greater Restoration on Oswick. And she's gonna do it at 8th level. I don't know, does that help? Does that help if it's up leveled? Okay, she's gonna do it at 8th level.
I mean, I'm not confirming or denying anything.
Well, I mean, as far as like mechanically wise in general, like in this aside, not against Oswick specifically, but in life.
I don't think it does.
Okay, if not in life, then I would just do it at...
You get to heal him more points.
There's no healing to it, it's just to like purge.
It's like remove curse, like it's...
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So there might be some curse that say like, this can only be solved at a,
this level.
This level spell.
It helped last time, so I'm gonna do it again. So she's gonna put her hand out on their chest to stop them gently, not to actually physically stop them, but to like plead with them, and put her hand out to Fiend. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you both need to stop because Sam will be here tomorrow.
As you say this, before you get into the middle, Oswick takes over Sir Strange's body, and in Oswick's voice shouts out a threat like you've never heard before towards Mr. Fiend.
Bare your fangs, King of Fear, for you will near to the Prince of Day.
And you run towards Fiend and knock Ramira to the side in your way, hitting her down on the ground. Her hand hits your body. The spell does nothing. And you bolt forward towards Mr. Fiend. What are you going to do?
Mr. Fiend holds his hands out to Farrell and Tarek. And like he holds one hand out to them like, don't just let this happen. And the other hand up and goes, this is what I wanted.
The only person Farrell runs to is Ramira to pick her up out of the dirt.
Sir Strange, I need you to hit him with a sword attack and dump all your smites into it.
Holy shit.
As Sir Strange unsheaths their long sword, the blade now shining onyx black, runs at Fiend and just takes a huge hulking strike dead on into the chest.
Hey.
Trails the symbiote floating and wafting by from the
Yikes.
blade swipe.
I'm
Okay.
gonna reach down and pick up Ramira and dust her off.
So first roll to hit. At advantage,
Okay.
'cause I guess you're just standing there, Fiend, to take the hit.
I am goading him, essentially.
Okay. So roll to hit then.
18.
Does it hit?
Fiend just, as the fucking blade is coming down, there's just this barrier of shadows that erupt in front of him. My AC is 22. I
Okay.
use shield.
Go up to hit him with your sword. The symbiote ricochets off of the shield spell, this wall of shadows that may emerge. Do you respond? Well, that's your. We're gonna go in combat style. So that was your action to try to hit him with a sword. It blocked off. Do you have a bonus action?
Bonus action?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me see. I'm so sorry, guys. I know you know it's not me, but also I'm so sorry,
Oh,
guys.
I
Don't
know.
you dare apologize. This is
When
so
you failed
Oh
that
my
saving
God.
throw, I have been waiting. Oh wait, you're a paladin. You have multi-attack. You can hit him like 2 more times.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
I'll roll to hit again.
AC
Oh,
When
thank
you
God.
failed that charisma throw from Oswick, I was like waiting for the moment to
Oh my
make
gosh.
the take over.
I'm so happy that I'm rolling low. It's a 12 to hit.
That is a fail.
Roll your third. You have 3 attacks, I think. Yeah, multi-attack.
I get
You have
2
extra
attacks.
attack?
I get 2
Two.
attacks per action.
2 attacks.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
too.
One and the other one, both of them miss.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus action.
Let me see. I can use Spirit Shroud at Spirit Shroud at. Would you like me to use to my max, or how do you want me to do this? You're in control. I can use Spirit Shroud. I can use.
I basically just want you to hit him. Whatever you can do to hit him, I need you to hit him. So whether you got bonus actions that can do attacks or something to him, you're using
Okay.
all of it.
Oh, jeez, Louise. Oh. So let's see. Hit him. Oh, this is what I get for playing a support class. Yeah, so all I got is that was the I can use Spirit Shroud or
Okay, that's fine. You go in for the 2 sword attacks. They don't make purchase. Blocked. Moved out of the way. Fiend, what's your response?
Fiend, as he's like engulfing the Oswic's sword in shadows, he goes, "Shadow versus light, and it seems like Shadow's winning. Don't you think it's funny that the Prince of the Fae, we have a demigod, the new god of thunder, and me, gutter trash from the street, sold by his own family, still stands above all," and begins to charge this energy and lightly taps Osric on the forehead with hypnotic pattern.
Oh, that's bad.
Hypnotic pattern will knock him unconscious if Osric fails a DC 20 wisdom saving throw.
Kevin, I sent you my sheet.
With disadvantage as the hound begins to coil around Osric's leg.
All right, roll your saving throw, Sir Strange.
Which one was it? Dex or Wisdom?
It's wisdom at disadvantage, DC 20.
Okay. $22.
Ooh. I tried to end this peacefully,
Oh no.
and it just doesn't work. Huh. Interesting.
Seriously works.
Fine then. and lightning begins crackling from his hands as he bonus action and sends.
When
shock.
you get hit with that blast, you are in melee range with Mr. Fiend. You can now use your Mage Slayer attack. So when you cast a spell on you, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature.
Ooh.
Okay.
So roll to hit, Fiend.
I think Seth also would like to do a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, we might need
I've been
initiative for
taken
this.
out of this against.
We'll get to you right after this. I'm just
21.
Ramiro can go.
Reaction shield.
Did you already use it though?
It is now my turn, which means my reaction has refreshed.
Okay.
I will accept the 22 AC for the next round. Bonus action. I have
once
advantage because you are wearing metal. It's going to be a 27 versus AC.
It hits.
Technically,
Oh.
his armor isn't metal. It's Oswick.
Okay. He's not wearing metal at all.
Underneath Oswick. Like this symbiote layer is like basically malformed into his
God,
armor.
Last go.
Not by that Cuomo.
I to make it fair, I rolled at disadvantage again.
Okay.
I rolled at disadvantage so that I could balance out the advantage, and it's higher. So
Okay. There you go.
That is 21 lightning damage as he shocking grasps Sir Strange, and you cannot take reactions until the start of my next turn.
As this battle rages on between Fiend and an Oswick possessed Sir Strange, as Oswick going for hit, Fiend able to dodge, block, counter. Lightning now fraying parts of Oswick off of the armor, but it just keeps swirling over and going over all the hits in the armor. Sir Strange, hit. These tendrils of black symbiote reaching out to Fiend, trying to wrap around him. Ramira.
She stands up. Even though she sees Farrell going to help her, she gently does not take Farrell's help, even though she knows she's trying to. She grabs her maybe dad's mask and puts it on backwards so that the wooden part is on the back of her head and she's just got the line on the front. Stands up, has the new mace that she has, and starts to drag it on the floor behind her while this is all raging on. And she just keeps walking at a steady pace. She's not running, but she's going to make her way eventually over to where they are fighting. And she has no emotion on her face. She's just walking and she's just letting them fight it out. And by the time that they are done, I'm hoping she will arrive at whoever's left.
Farrell, upon you kind of like being like, it's okay. We'll kind of stop, let you stand, and we'll let you walk, and we'll walk behind you, not to encroach upon where you are going, but simply to follow. Hands are up. There's no spells on her fingers. She is following, letting you do what you have to.
As Mr. Fiend finishes shocking grasp, he goes, "Don't kill him," as the hound kind of comes up behind Sir Strange.
Okay.
21 versus AC.
Ben, I'll get you in 1 second.
That hits.
Ooh. 19 piercing damage. Could you make a strength saving throw of DC 13 against the Hund?
9.
The hound drags you to the ground, but not maliciously, not like from the throat or from the inner thigh, like from the wrist, and kind of pulls you to the ground as he's trying not to get any vital veins.
Okay. So as you're getting struck by that, another sudden hit from Fiend. Sorry, Tarek, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, at this point, Tarek's just looking between the two of them, unsure who to try and stop. It just looks to Farrell like, what the hell are we supposed to do?
You don't
Just
do anything.
looking at her just like he doesn't say anything. He's just looking at her like, what are
You
we
let
doing?
two dogs fight.
Yeah, Farrell will just kind of like shake her head like, don't.
Come on, Oswick. Do it. Beat
Just-
me.
Grits his teeth and just looks at the two of them like he wants to do something, but he just balls
Yeah.
his fists and just waits.
Yeah, you
Just
can see
what's
Farrell's
happening.
hands are just up.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, Tarek will just move towards the towards Ramira and Farrell, kind of moving around the two of them, just getting to Ramira and Farrell, kind of standing with them.
Jade?
Okay.
Is there any way, and I know like I won't be able to take over, that's for sure, as Strange, can I roll to try and just say something, to try and like scream out of Oswick, just something, anything?
Out loud?
Yeah, like through Oswick, just like trying to scream through.
Make
Like
another
say
charisma saving throw.
24.
DC 25.
Oh no! No, Jade! Oswick, no! Oh.
Every time we've been rolling these saves, succeeding
Mhm.
and succeeding, the DC increases each time you save. And right now it's at 25. You scream. You're seeing this through your eyes. You scream out whatever it is you want to say. But it gets lost in the black echo of Oswick.
Can I
You can say it, yeah.
say one thing? Like they tried screaming, and then they're just gonna say something to themselves in their moment of weakness and the fact that they can't do anything. Strange is gonna say, "I'm sorry, Mother. I failed." And then continue the fight.
Kill me. Do it. Fight me. Beat me. Put me on the ground. Come on, Oswick.
Do I
Show me
roll
what
to
you're
hit?
made of. You have to
Roll to
get up
hit.
first.
Oh,
Yeah.
What's that?
Just half your movement.
Okay. So
You two are pretty much like in melee combat right now, like going at it.
okay. So Strange is gonna, or sorry, Oswick is gonna get up. Is the hound still on me?
The hound is behind you. I am in front of you.
Okay. And now that I'm up, I can roll to hit now.
Yes, sir.
And I can use any of my skills as Strange would have.
Yeah. You're using all your strange stats for this.
I'm going to cast 4th level. Ooh, never mind. Actually, no. I'm gonna roll to hit with my longsword.
Okay.
Does this 17 doesn't hit because you have an armor? You have an AC class 22. Does not.
Correct.
But you got an extra attack. Or you could either attack him twice with your sword, or you could have used a spell. But you've attacked him once, so you can attack him.
Does a 23 hit?
23 does hit. Good sir.
Oh!
Do you
Kill
want me to
me!
roll- do you want me to roll everything into my, like you said before, Kevin?
All the smites.
Okay.
All of them.
Okay. So,
After this, Ramiro, we'll get to you.
shit. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and with let's see, features and traits with, I'm going to roll with my bonus action to hit with, let's see.
So you roll with your normal attack damage.
Yeah, that was
Divine
5.
Smite, you get a 1d8 radiant. Divine Smite, you get 2d8 extra radiant. Plus 1d8 for each spell higher than the first. Max 5d8.
So I'm going to use 5d8. Oh, yeah, because I am going to be using...
So it's 68 plus your attack, plus your modifier.
68 plus...
6d8 radiant plus your 1d8 longsword.
Okay.
So 7d8 in total. Plus 4.
78?
In total, yeah. 6 are radiant, 1d8 is slashing.
So altogether, with what you just told me, it'll be 39, but I have a bonus action, correct?
Yes, your action to do that, attack him twice. Your bonus action is your channel divinity, vow of enmity. Enmity.
Anemone.
That's right, I can't say it.
Okay, so vow of enmity, and...
You can choose a creature you can see within 10 feet of you and gain advantage on attack rolls against it for 1 minute or until it drops to 0 HP or falls unconscious.
I want to use... let's see.
You also have Hex, Hunter's Mark, Searing Smite, which you could also pour into this.
I'm going to use Searing Smite.
There you go.
Make a Constitution saving throw for me, John.
Didn't think how this night was gonna go.
So I rolled a 16. I'm going to go ahead and use my inspiration to make it a 19.
Okay, so the Searing Smite doesn't go through, but the 39 does.
Okay.
Okay. So with another swing, that spell goes back and forth, and finally with one more swing, just like a rabid dog, a raging bull, hit after hit after hit, you just keep coming and coming, and eventually Fiend, just his arcane magic, he's just getting tired and is getting hit, and one attack just falls through as he puts up the shield, and this black oozing sword breaks through the shield and cleaves into Mr. Fiend's clavicle and shoulder. Ramira.
As she's walking, she's still dragging the mace behind her. Fiend is still up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So as she's walking, you just see her put her hand up towards the air and then pull it down. And when she pulls it down, she casts Guiding Bolt on Oswick.
Ooh, okay.
At 8th level. I'm going to specify non-lethal damage. She doesn't want to kill him.
Yeah.
She wants to put him out.
Can spells do that?
I
don't think spell damage
No.
can do non-lethal. I think that's only physical.
However,
I don't know.
there are still 3 death saving throws, so
Correct.
the chances of
Sure.
you doing...
Yeah.
Listen, it's Kevin.
Yeah, you're not going to do his
He
full
can
health and
decide if he
negative
wants
in a
magic
guiding
to do
bolt.
non-lethal damage. I'm a powerful magician, okay?
I'm a
God damn
You still
it.
got to do like
Stay the fuck
120.
on your side.
You still got to do like 120 damage in.
I know.
What-
Well, technically, Fiend earlier rolled damage fairly low because he didn't want to do
Yeah.
full
Yeah,
damage.
I
So
did not
it's
increase the damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Question, Kevin. Because when Oswick took that hit, how much damage you do, John, with that one hit? Just to clarify.
Which hit?
64.
The force damage, 64.
63, I believe.
63. Strain I take that damage,
Yes.
correct? Okay, I thought so let me just make that adjustment. Sorry, this happened all at once.
No
You're
problem.
okay. There's a lot going on right now.
I thought
Yeah,
we were gonna have
this is a scrap. We're doing a PvP.
Okay,
scrap.
go for it.
So
Okay.
she
And
calls
also,
it
sorry,
down.
one more thing, Ramira.
Mhm.
When you hit with the spell, did Sir Strange, did you use your reaction to hit him with
I
the Mage
did-
Slayer?
Yeah. No, because he hit me. He wasn't close enough.
Okay, there you go. Just want to make sure. Ramira.
Cool. So she calls down Guiding Bolt at 8th level on Oswick.
Also, the other spell that I used negated reactions.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Love you, John.
It's
Love
only
you too.
19 to hit.
What?
19 to hit?
19.
19 just hits. Your armor class is
Oh,
19.
does it?
Yeah.
Shit. Okay.
Oh, wow. I'm impressed.
As you raise this new two-handed mace into the air, both hands, the moonlight that's kind of illuminating this family feud suddenly becomes solid and tangible and harnesses its blight into the mace, and you just flick this immense burst of radiant moonlight crackling energy over to Sir Strange.
And she it casts 33 points of radiant damage, and she doesn't stop walking. She continues to walk slowly as she makes her way over to them, but she calls the Guiding Bolt down to try to help put Oswick to sleep.
Okay.
So that connects.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Down.
Down.
Whoa.
Down. Not dead.
Definitely
Not dead.
Down, not dead.
Okay.
Yeah, not
Okay.
dead.
So yeah, not dead. I'm just like,
Okay.
Just,
like,
just at the
whoa.
negative, yeah.
So you're unconscious.
Yeah, unconscious.
Okay, DM, can I continue my
Yes.
jaunt? So she continues her jaunt. She walks over, looks down, touches their face gently, and casts Spare the Dying to make sure that they're stabilized, but not, making death saves anymore. And she walks over to Fiend. And she pulls up her hand as if she's going to slap him. And then when she connects, it's soft. And she holds his face.
Why did you do that? Why did you take him out? He was meant to take me out. He was meant to take me out!
What do you want me to say?
You hurt me. My heart hurts. You
Why?
didn't trust me. You didn't tell me. This,
When would I have had the time?
it doesn't matter.
When you had your nose in the book? When
I've
you
always made time for you. Don't make excuses. You've asked me questions. It didn't matter what I was feeling. It didn't matter what I was doing. I always made time to answer your questions.
That disintegrate was meant for me.
No,
and
it
you
wasn't.
are misguided.
It
because
never
you're
was meant
angry.
for you. Because it was never meant to kill anyone. If I wanted to kill someone, you think he would be alive. Everything is happening around me. Everyone seems to be so important now. Everyone's a prince or a goddess. And I'm just trash.
Her hand has now drifted from his face down to his shirt, and she's just holding on to his shirt gently.
I'm just trash.
You will never be any of that to me. Fiend, why would I have stayed with you for so long? I've killed for you. I've done things I would have never done ever for you. I've given up everything for you. Do you want me to give up Strange for you? Is that what you want? Tell me right now.
No. I just want to know what's happening around me.
What's happening is that I love you, and I still love you. And I feel like I've proven over and over I love you. You're my best friend. I've worked so hard to protect you. She has two hands on his shirt now, and she's kind of like pulling them as she's talking to him. I break every one of my rules for you. How else can I show that I care about you, Fiend?
I do too. I break every one of your rules for you two. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know.
Sting.
It seems everything I do to put myself forward, Tarek becomes a god, I become a knight. Farrell gains the friendship of her past, while mine rots in a prison that we left them in. You find your home here as a goddess, and just strange as a prince. I don't know where I fit in. I think I'm just a weapon. And I wanted to prove that I could be beaten.
You are being beaten right now. You are beaten from the moment that you cast Disintegrate. You are beaten by your inability to be intimate with anybody. You are beaten by my love. You are beaten by our friendship. You are beaten. You bow to love, whether you care to admit it or not. You bow to grief. As your father rots in that prison that I offered to break him out of many times. Fiend, you bow because you care. And if you cannot make peace with the fact that you care, then I don't think you know what family means. I am undone.
I don't know what love is.
That is unfortunate.
I know what friendship is. I know what the idea of family is. But I've seen this place and everyone related to it at this point. Despite my relationship with you or anybody else in this party, I wanted to make a point. I'm happy that I was able to see Strange's darkness. And I perhaps am a little jealous that I didn't save you and take that on myself as somebody who could have handled it. I think. And then maybe you could have a more pure relationship with him. With them.
Fiend, what am I to you?
I don't know. I don't know what any of you are, other than treasures, memories.
She starts really like slamming her hands against him as she's holding his shirt. That is not fair. That is not fair. What am I to you?
You're my best friend.
Okay. Why isn't that enough? Why aren't we enough?
Because I always want more. Everything in my life, I've always wanted more. More money, more power. Why do you think I have such luck? It seems as though the universe gives me money and power, and the more I get, the less I need. Because I don't know what I really want. Or what I really need. And one day I will find out. It's strange. I felt something. My darker self. While we were crossing that bridge. And as soon as I saw him lay lips upon you, that darkness crept out one more time. And I let it take control, which is why I wanted nothing more than to have him beat me into the sand. But I can't let it happen. It'll be okay. We'll figure it out. As Fiend fades into shadow.
No, you don't get to do this, Fiend. Please. Please just stay. I don't understand what's happening. You have to stay. Please, Fiend, I'm begging you.
The hound that was left behind just kind of looks up at you, and there's a reminiscent, not exact, but reminiscent face of Fiend. He goes, "This place is hell." And kind of like nudges you, and then begins to walk into his own shadow.
Oh, he's running. Oh, he's running. You didn't even ask me how I felt. You didn't even ask.
Pharaoh?
Is Oswick still taking over Sir Strange?
Oswick lying on the ground, unconscious. Smoke from that radiant hit billowing off their chest. The symbiote of Oswick slowly melts away.
So
back
it's melting away.
Sir Strange. Yeah, he's back to his normal form. His paladin armor visible once again.
I think Farrell will walk over and stand over them, looking down upon them with a very torn look on their face, because Farrell's got a promise to keep. And we'll look down.
They're still standing with you.
And she has the hilt of her sword with her hand on the hilt of the blade of her flame blade of that scimitar. And then it lowers. Instead, she just casts Healing Word. Just to wake them up.
I also think Jade is frozen.
Jade's frozen.
Yeah, Jade is frozen.
Yep. Dang it, what is it worth tonight?
Every single one of us
Our cameras got all out of order again.
Damn it.
I told...
It's fine, Jade's unconscious. It makes sense.
I told everybody. I was like, it's it's that before Gen Con thing. They're like, we must sabotage.
The energy coming out of this session right now is palpable.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like, they knew this is going to be too much.
It's even affecting Wi-Fi.
They knew it was going to be way too much.
Tarek will also kind of lean down and
don't get too
use
close.
all of his entire kind of pool.
Farrell's going to tell you not to get too close.
Oh, okay. He doesn't have to. Well, he doesn't have to touch, actually. He just kind of just hold out a hand and just
wait. Don't
cast healing energy.
There you are. You could. So
I won't touch them.
Farrell's standing above you, and you get 9 points of healing back. And all Farrell's attempting to do is wake you up.
Okay.
At the moment.
Also do that healing.
She just.
Are you telling him not to do that, or?
She doesn't want you to yet.
Okay, he'll kind of wait. Ready to.
Just a second, Tarek.
Okay.
So
Sir Strange, your eyes start to open. The blurred vision of your surroundings become crisp and clear again. Fiend is gone. Not in the vicinity. Your friend standing over you. Rumira sobbing quietly to themselves.
Off to one side. Farrell's going to kind of crouch down, hands like this under her chin. So strange. I presume.
Yep, in the flesh.
Farrell gets a very dark look, like a shadow passes over her face as she looks down at you. Do I kill you now?
No.
With that, she'll rock back on her heels and stand up. Go ahead, Tarek.
Ramira is also walking over at this point as well.
Tarek will just look at Farrell with hearing that. He'd be like, why would you kill them? Why would you even ask that?
Because sometimes it has to be their choice. Even if promises are made.
Promises?
Sam will be here tomorrow.
What?
Coming to kill us. To kill me.
Well,
We'll let that happen.
Tarek, I think you can go ahead and heal them.
Over the next, because I can only technically do 5d6 per round.
Per round, right.
It'll be the next it'll be the next 30 seconds effectively. You get 53 hit points back.
And she Ramira has no tears anymore on her face. She's wiped them completely away. It's actually kind of hard to tell that she's been crying at all. And she turns back into herself, that you would know her as in her human form. And it's just weirdly and eerily still. We'll have to make as many preparations as we can before Sam gets here. I don't know that if we'll be down Fiend. It seems that all the treasure in the world couldn't make him stay. Not even me.
Well, then he obviously didn't know what true treasure was.
Sometimes you don't know what you've lost until you've lost it.
Strange.
They'll come back.
So, Strange recalls everything that happened because they were basically a visitor in their own body. But they do know that Oswick basically shoved Ramira to the side and took over and proceeded to fight Fiend before they were struck down by Ramira, correct?
Used her new shiny mace.
Nice. That was out of character.
Nice.
Strange doesn't really say anything because everything sort of just happened at once for them, and Strange just almost does something similar to what Ramira does. Yeah. And slowly gets up. I'll make what preparations I can. And just gets up and
Ramira is glad to see everybody. You can tell she is glad that, people are up and what have you. She casts a 7th level spell, Heal, on Jade. Strange. So you get 70 health points back. And then she just looks at everybody. I will be right back. And I just need some time.
Right.
I just need a moment. And she stalks off, hopefully out of sight. She doesn't really care anymore. And at this point, she just starts wailing on a tree somewhere with her mace. Like, she just starts putting it to work until she starts chipping parts of the way of the tree, and eventually she gets the mace stuck into the tree and can't pull it out right away, so she loses her shit and starts screaming, and then eventually pulls out a knife and does the same thing of hacking away at this tree. And then eventually she gets so frustrated that she sits there and panics for a second in her own body, just losing her control. And you see her shift into a high elf woman that looks very much like her mom from the Sage's Haven. and then she glitches and snaps over into her father figure, a very tall orcish man, or someone who would be akin to him, and then snaps into a young human boy, and then shifts and shakes. And at first you can tell, if you were watching her, that it starts to move around in a shape, and she starts to like figure out what's happening as she's kind of cultivating this look, and she morphs into a pink tiefling with long black hair and a cunning face and sharp eyebrows and a scowl, and then glitches and she screams as she goes back to being her human Ramira and takes the knife and just guts her hair. And then goes to grow it back again and then chops it again and just keeps going at her own hair until finally she just chops it one last time and it sticks. And then she falls to her knees and wrenches the mace out and just sits there until she is still. And then eventually we'll walk back way later.
I think during this time, even if Farrell heard it, she wouldn't do anything about it. She would let you have your moment, knowing that she's had similar times. Instead, she'll turn to Sir Strange and stalk up to them and kind of poke them in the chest where their rose insignia is and look up at them. Sir Strange, congratulations. You now get to face the most human of all emotions, guilt. Now deal with it. And get your act together, because the next time that you fall, I will make sure you don't get up. Understood.
Strange nods. Walks aside. I'll work on my preparations. I'm going to use Dimension Door to go elsewhere, to process and feel. And before he leaves, I'm not upset. I'm not mad. I'm just sorry. Close his door.
Takes you about however many feet you want to go within the allotted time. Still in this grove, you just kind of transport yourself to a patch of jungle forest. Still can see kind of the lights, the fairy lights dangling from the forest treetops. So you see that kind of like radiant glow near the waterfall that's coming down. But you just need to be alone.
When Mr. Fiend faded into shadows, he faded directly up. So this whole time he was just leaned up against a tree in the treetops, watching everything and listen. Not really watching, just listening to everything that was happening on below.
And as the night is pretty much in its full tilt here, no stars in the sky, but just gleaming moonlight.
Yeah.
You all take a minute to mull over all that has transpired. But knowing, even though your family might be scarred or momentarily broken, you all know what's coming. And you gotta somehow put that aside for what is to come. As you all take your space, go have your own time to yourself, eventually you all either come back to the campground or maybe sleep somewhere else if you're feeling comfortable. But you all take your rest for the night. The grove is devoid of life. All of the satyrs, the centaurs, everyone who's there ran away into various tree lines and other distances from you. Tark?
Sorry, I think Strange had the hand up first.
Strange?
Strange is going to... Is he in the forest sort of thing?
Right now you dimension doored kind of in a patch of the forest away from the grove. So whether you wanted to spend the night there or eventually come back, up to you.
They'll just venture back, having had their moment, gone. In their head, they curse their father. In their head, they miss their mother. And in their head and heart, as much as they wish to be alone, they're not. And sort of in a way, remembering the party members they have, they curse their father, for they have found home, and they still miss their mother. And they'll eventually come back and find a wall to rest upon.
Okay. And then Tarek, you had something?
Go after Ben. I'll go after Ben.
Okay.
Yeah. Whilst everyone's kind of disappeared off in different directions, he's gonna just go over to Farrell and go, "Oh, I don't know what everyone else is doing, but I think it'd be good to set up a watch just in case. Be ready for the morning.
Right.
I'll try and work out where the others are. But I won't disturb them. I think I have something for that.
Maybe give them some time.
Just gonna work out where they are. I won't disturb them." And Tarek will just very silently cast a spell, just so he can work out where everyone is, just so he knows. He's gonna cast Arcane Eye, which he can now do at will.
Oh.
Yeah. And he'll just, so that is invisible, so I won't disturb anyone. But he will just, it can go anywhere within a mile, I believe. So as long as he's concentrating on it up to an hour, it'll just float around within a mile and basically just find out where everyone is. So it'll just take its time. You'll say, Fiend's at the top of a tree. He's fine. He's taking his time. Ramirez over there. Strangers sat by the wall. Cool. Just kind of, just so he knows, and he'll kind of just relay that to Farrell, just letting her know. They're fine. Do you want to take first watch, or should I?
Can I have 5 minutes and I'll take first watch?
Of course.
You can go set up. I'll still walk the perimeter, but get some rest.
Yeah.
Tarek. Just because Odin wasn't who you thought he was does not mean that you have made a bad decision. And if you continue to base your worth off of what everybody else thinks and you can't find your own self-worth, I don't know what you're fighting for.
I know what I'm fighting for.
If it's us, it shouldn't be for us. It should be for you.
It is.
Okay.
I fight for all of you because you are my family. My chosen family. And even when we're like this, just kind of gestures to this empty grove of scattered frostbreakers. Even when we're like this, we're still a family. We may be broken. We may be angry at each other. We may fight. But we are family.
I just had to remind you in case you forgot.
Thank you.
I'll see you in a couple minutes. Go sit up. I'll be there shortly.
All right.
If you're done, Ben, Farrell.
Sit down and wait.
Farrell is going to head over to said waterfall and that water for a second. And she's going to very unceremoniously take off the dress that she's wearing and just keep the slip-on that she has on underneath that of what she may have been wearing, just like that white casual, whatever's underneath. As she is going to immediately dive into that water. And she is going to float on her back for a second, stare up at the starless sky, dive deeper, go under the water, and use create and destroy water to momentarily make a bubble in which she just screams. And then as soon as that water comes back over her, she'll swim up to the top, take a very deep breath, get out of the water, put that dress back on, and start walking back, kind of flushing back her now very wet hair. She walks back over to Tarek, and we'll take her first watch.
Tarek will just look up a bit confused. Just be like, you okay? Look like you went for a swim.
I did.
He looks concerned. Are you okay?
No, I'll get there.
Well, if you need anything.
I know.
All right.
Go
Sorry,
for it.
Rivera, you wanted to say something?
Sorry, I know we're trying to wrap stream.
You're okay.
No, you're okay.
After she is just bloodied this tree, essentially, she like nestles her back against it, even though it's sharp and jagged, and she just doesn't give a shit. She just nestles herself into the spines of the tree she's made and slams the mace in the middle of her legs. It kind of puts her head on the hilt. And she prays, but she prays out loud. Mom, God, you picked a terrible time. Moon Lady, I hope you look down on us tomorrow and you grant us something, gods. Something. And I hope you're happy. I hope you're so happy. And she stops for a moment, assuming that Fiend is probably not terribly far off. Because it's in his nature to creep. And she just kind of like ends her prayers.
Just shadow puffs.
Yeah, Puff and Magic Dragon. She kind of sits
Nightcrawler.
and goes, I imagine you're out there. And I would love to be angry at you, and I am. But something much worse is happening tomorrow, and I must put my anger aside and make peace with the fact that, by your words, you will never love me. But I will not stop loving you. And I'm gonna have to live with that. And I suppose I've done a terrible job since you don't know what love is. But you are my best friend, and I am angry. And I know that I am no match for you. Not of wits, not of magic, not of tactic. Certainly not of charm. But in love, I think I am. And so, honestly, you can really get fucked. I hope you fall out of wherever you are, but it's important, and I hope you come back tomorrow. Hold down extra hard to the tree. Good night, Fiend. And she pushes herself up onto her mace and then, very cool anime style, puts it on her shoulder. Tiny girl, big mace, but she's now human again, and chopped up hair, and she walks back towards camp and then finds a space that is somewhat close to everybody, but not too terribly close, puts her back against whatever it is and slides down and then slams the mace back in. And you've never seen her look like this before. This is an old trait that she got rid of when she got used to the comfort of Wagon's community. And she falls asleep with her eyes open.
Okay. So, Mira comes back to the camp, new look, eyes wide open. One after the other, you take turns, keeping watch, making sure nothing surprises you or takes you out. But all you just hear is just silence around you. Chirping of crickets and cicadas every now and again. Bit of fireflies floating around that almost make up for the loss of the stars above you. And as one at a time, you all take turn to kind of enjoy the Feywild in all its beautiful nature. The last one to take a watch is Ramira. And you walk over to that waterfall to watch the sun rise, maybe for the last time, knowing what's coming. And you're having these thoughts of like, man, we've had fights before, but are we going to be okay after this? Or is it going to be the same? Not too sure. And as that orange glow starts to peak around the valley that you're looking down upon, that bright, radiant light starts to shine through, signifying the transition from night into day. As the orange glow gets brighter and brighter, you just feel a hand on your shoulder. Sir Strange comes behind you. Fiend comes behind you. Tarek, Farrell, all stand behind you as you look to each other and watch the sun rise one last time. Giving each other a look of you know what's coming. Whatever you're feeling, whatever you just went through, you have to put aside. And as that glow is about to reach that precipice, you start to feel it. The rumble on the ground. Black fog starts to roll in around your feet and suddenly start to take the environment around you. This earthquake rumbling sound comes from the very earth itself, as all of a sudden in one fell swoop, roots just break out of the ground, wrap you all, and take you down into the very dirt that you are standing in. You're taken by the roots. You know that these roots are one and the same. Every tree in the forest that you're being surrounding in seems to share the same structure as you being taken through dirt, rock, and stone all over. They all are one, and for a moment, you gain just the slightest glimpse into the mind they share, all-consuming rage. Though overwhelming, it lasts for a fraction of a second, and when your mind returns to you reeling, suddenly the roots stop and hold you up. And this canopy parts. Behind him, the tree of infinity. And Sam reveals himself in all their glory. The branches stretch into the clouds and make them glow with green light. Even their smallest roots could seemingly crush you in an instant. Sam rises from the dirt. The ground moves underneath them, propelling them forward. Doesn't look so big until he is close, and you must crane your neck back to look into their blazing green and red eyes. looking down at you. His appearance has changed slightly. No longer metal, but an amalgamation of metal and wood. Branches reeling off the top of their head. Chunky, arbutus wood-like armor that's splintered with green light runes flashing all around them. In the shadows beyond the Tree of Infinity, tree-like entities are starting to walk forward. Drops you all in front of them. Well, it has been some time, Frost Breakers. Welcome to the end. And with that, we're going to end the stream.
Frost Breakers!
Well, I'll be passing away now.
Sorry for the propelled nature of that ending there, but it is getting very late.
So good. It was so
And
Time we do it for real.
so everyone,
Finally this time.
what a fucking session. Thank you all to the players so much for some of the... This was one of my favorite fucking sessions we've ever done.
You were so
Right.
good.
It was
So good.
insane. You are all such talented fucking storytellers. You're all amazing. I just got to sit back and just be an audience. Like,
I know,
"Oh,
you were like, ooh.
so good. You guys did tremendous. Thank you for sticking around. We went much longer than we normally do. Thank you all, though, who are still
That is
watching the
fun.
stream. Thank you very much. And now, everyone, this will be our final live stream before Gen Con, where you will see the Battle of Sam in the Tree of Infinity fight take place live on stage at Gen Con Thursday at noon. Unfortunately, our good boy Ben will not be there in person, but you will be there in spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And yeah, what a session.
God damn it. I hate this goddamn robot so goddamn much.
Okay.
Damn!
I've never hated an NPC more than
Fucking
this
Sam.
one.
Damn it, Sammy!
Man, I'm so stoked to run.
Err.
But anyways, guys, it is late. We won't hold you up anymore. Thank you all so much for
See
supporting
you guys next
this
week.
channel. Thank you to anyone who's watched our streams, been there since day one. What we're doing next Thursday is like fucking crazy.
Insane
Never would
town.
have imagined that when I called upon these three here first to do a one shot almost a year and a half ago, then lovingly brought Saf into the mix, and now Jade, that we would made it this far and get an opportunity that quite frankly 95% of D&D streams never get to do.
I know.
It
I
is a
can't
rare
believe it's
opportunity
long.
that we were fortunate enough to
So
have.
excited.
And that's because of all of you out there who have been watching this
100%.
and supporting our stories from day one.
You guys,
We
you're
would
the best.
not be there without you. So whether you're there in person or watching that session live on Twitch, you're in our hearts and our minds forever. So thank
Absolutely.
you all
Thank you so
so very
much.
much. Thank you to these players for just being fucking amazing every single week. And yeah, guys, the next time you see us, we'll be at Gen Con.
Thursday noon.
If you're vaccinated, Max, come and hug me.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Wear your masks.
Yeah, wear your
Yes.
mask.
Wear a mask.
But it's been a while tonight, so I will just say adieu, good
Goodbye.
night,
Thank you, guys.
and have an
Goodbye,
awesome time,
friends.
everyone. We'll see you
Have a good
soon.
night.
Bye-bye. Have a wonderful time.